Where did we start last time on Dungeons and Dragons? What was the beginning of session?
Getting our butts kicked by a beholder.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I got my butt handed to me in that fight.
I left without a scratch.
You're
I
welcome.
almost died.
Two players got the vast majority of the damage, but also I think those two players did the majority of the damage to the creature as well. So it was give and take.
It was a fun fight. And thanks again, guys, for letting Addie play. She really enjoyed it, and the next day was having fun telling everyone that she almost killed us all.
That's awesome.
She played it well, and I'm glad she enjoyed it. So, had the fight with the beholder. Once it was slain, left its corpse there to slowly decompose in the hull. And where to next?
We went to the prisoners in the lockup.
And went to the kind of primary security room with the riot suppression elemental, as well as the golems that were there defending, to see about what was going on with these people that had snuck aboard the ship, and what was going on with the majority of the people. So the people that are not the guy and his son.
All the criminals or curious people.
Yeah,
I think there were like two thieves. They were like, yeah, we came aboard. We were going to try to steal some stuff and sell it. And now we are not going to try that because we see that we are not prepared to rob this.
Yeah, and they were very much like, we're very clearly in some sort of like prison place that's full of magic and golems, and if we disappeared forever, no one would ever hear from us. So
well,
yeah,
a lot of that was thanks to Griffle's really awesome welcoming mat. That was top notch.
Thank you.
So then there was someone else there. Who was the other participant in the being trapped in the room plan?
Or two stink.
Yes,
I didn't catch his name, but yeah, wasn't he the dad of the one kid and had some magical background and talked to Al for a bit and was given back his sight?
He was his name is Argol, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he used to be on one of the ships. If I were to look at the ships, I would recognize the name, but I can't remember it.
Caledon.
And what?
Caledon.
Yeah, the Caledon. He was like the first mage? No, he was below the first mage, the warder.
Yeah.
He was
specialized in like protective magic for the ship.
Yeah, the guy that like actually does the magic as opposed to the guy administering the people that do the magic.
And sort of what's his deal? What brought him from the warder of the Caledon to Stinky Man with Aura 2 Stank?
So he got injured. He lost his eyesight, and then he started drinking heavily. I think there was something like he kept saying like he was seeing light. I think he saw Philly's or Baneslayer's aura, and that called him to the ship.
The first thing that he'd seen in many years was the beacon of light from Baneslayer during the battle.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys remember what the conclusion to I see this bright light? What then happened?
So he wanted to get onto the ship, and then when he did, Al-Shaib like rerouted him. So instead of going through Griffle's trap, he ended up talking to Al and made a pact with him, which we don't know the exact nature of the pact, but it seems like he's now growing new eyes.
So I want to say one thing for clarity. Did he want to go to the ship when he saw the light?
No.
He didn't? I thought he was drawn to it.
No, the kid had to drag him to the ship, basically.
Hmm.
Yeah, so his son Yimjig, who was taking care of his drunk, somewhat homeless father, saw the light, heard from his father that his father also saw the light, and so drug coaxed, annoyed him to the point of bringing him to the ship, and that's how they got on the ship and got captured.
Gotcha.
And so there was a deal made, and there was a bit of so what's his like general attitude when you guys meet Argal? Like, what's going on with him? What is he like?
Um,
He's
He
kind of
seems like he's. I'm sorry.
he's kind of like, what is the word? He's keeping to himself. He's having trouble seeing because his eyes are new and everything is super bright. And I don't think he fully understands like why the ship is what it is and why he met Al Shaib.
He's also in like withdrawal. He's
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
yeah. He's like
Yeah.
sweating and twitching and like being weird.
But he
But
doesn't
he's also like seems to be terrified of alcohol as well.
And there was that moment where the son Yimdrig could tell his dad was having problems and offered him the bottle of rum that should solve most problems from his perspective. And how does that go for Yimdrig? Like,
He like shied away from the bottle, and basically didn't want to even be near it.
right. So the kid who's kind of learned one of the few things that comforts his father when his father's upset or whatever is giving him alcohol, and that doesn't seem to solve the problem, which is one of the primary things that seems to be bothering Yimdrig. So what sort of decisions, what sort of conversation happens with Argal?
Griffel
yes.
suggested
Go
that
ahead.
we keep. Griffel suggested that if he was the warder on a large ship, the position is like based on merit, and that if he could get better, that he might be like a real asset to us as a crew. Especially if there's like nothing for him at Hardholm. So I think we just decided that we'd give him a meal and we'd see how he recovered, and then if he recovered well enough in the next like day or so, we could potentially like offer him a job.
All right, and then that more or less got things to the end, and Filibuster took the rest of the people up to one of the food tables and started to preach to them the glory of light and freedom.
Mhm.
Because if there's one thing he needs is his own cult.
Yes.
So what happens next? We have an opening for the group being able to go and shop some and get some things from the town. And then between sessions, I also kind of sent over like, here's the full like money accounting of what's here. So the group has about 100,000 gold, a little more, to be able to spend on shopping and upgrading, and or if they just want to keep it, they have a good chunk of money and a decent sized town to be able to spend stuff in. So if anyone does want to buy things between sessions, by all means, just chuck it in the level up channel like Morin did. And if there is anything on there that I'm like, I don't think it's going to be available or it's going to be difficult, I'll say something.
That Helm of Languages did look really cool, though, Gary. Come on.
Mm-hmm. So we guys basically have some downtime to go and do different things. And then what's the next sort of major thing that ends up happening? You guys have a conversation with someone else.
The ritualist.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And
Take
what's
her-
going on with her? How's that conversation go?
Really funny, guys.
Yeah, pretty hilariously. So I basically was trying to see if she could recognize the ritual, one of the rituals on Al-Shaib. If she knew the language, if she knew what it was doing, if she was familiar with people who'd used that magic.
Where
And
remind me, where was that ritual written that you decided to transcribe?
that was on Al-Shaib's heart.
On his heart. Sure, that's not relevant. Carry on.
And so we invited her to the captain's quarters, and I show her the ritual, and she like freaks out. So I tell Griffle to close the door or to lock the door because I'm like, what the fuck? And it turns out, if I'm like understanding the interaction with her correctly, it's a language. It's I didn't write down the specific language like an idiot. Um, but it's an ancient language that this woman and her husband are somewhat familiar with because they have found a book of erotic poetry and have been learning the language via translating that. And so she thinks that I have received a copy of this ritual from her husband mistakenly as a joke, and she's very embarrassed.
So, why did her and her husband decide to translate a book of erotic poetry from an ancient language? Does anyone remember?
They're kinky.
Well,
That
I don't
that's
think
not
they
necessarily wrong.
did they know that it was erotic poetry when they found the book.
I don't know. They were. I mean, like they're both kind of like magey people. So her husband is Physic from the flotilla. He's like the beacon guy.
Yeah, so they were previously in Sanctuary, and they had found this book, this ancient tome that was full of this crazy ancient language, and spent considerable amounts of resources attempting to translate things because they believed this to be some sort of ancient ritual book or book of power, that there were sort of hidden secrets within these pages that they could unlock. Not necessarily what they bargained for.
And so now it's like an inside joke.
Mhm.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was the language? Was it primordial?
Ancient Ignan Primordial.
Ignan?
Yes.
Cool.
It might be Ignis. I'm
Al
pretty
fell
sure
in
it's
love
Ignis.
with somebody and they wrote dirty poetry on his heart.
Mm-hmm.
So she only knew a few words on there, and did agree to bring you her copy of the book, so that you guys could use it as a codices, or at least try to translate some other pieces. But was also very clear on basically from her perspective, they got as far as, we figured out this is not some sort of ancient powerful ritual book. This is like ancient smut. And then they stopped translating, or at least her copy of the book does. But does say that Physic continues to tinker around with it or use it for jokes or things like that. So she knows that his copy probably has more information than hers.
So, based on this, do we think that all of the rituals on Al Shaib are in ancient Ignan primordial?
It is very likely.
Yeah.
And Ignan, is that fire genasi?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Not necessarily Genasi, but
Fire
elemental.
elementals.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We like ask her. I mean, if they know how to translate it, Warren, could you transcribe other parts of the rituals on different parts of Al? So I'm thinking that like
I
the
could.
stuff on his heart may have come from a lover or.
I mean, I could ask her about it. She couldn't actually translate the full ritual that was on his heart, though.
Right. So
she-
we might need to go see Physic and do the same thing with him, but with a different part of a ritual.
Yeah, we could do that.
So also,
And-
oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. Well, because we were talking about getting rituals. I definitely wanted to get more rituals for languages while we're shopping in Hardhome. But I'm assuming can't just go buy a ritual for ancient Ignan primordial because otherwise they would have done that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Did she say where in Sanctuary they got this book?
She did not. But if you had wanted to ask her, she would explain that they got it from a rare bookseller. The two of them had money and were relatively well connected, had found this book and had sort of convinced themselves it's a project and dumped a ton of their money and resources into the translation. So one of the things about languages in the world, there are some languages that are completely dead. There's kind of no way to translate them for it. There's no even like stepping stone to get there. Sort of for example, the Forerunner language, people just do not know how it functions and cannot translate it at all. But then you also have other languages that are just very difficult to find any sort of codices or translations for, or sort of the cultural elements are very difficult because they're very old. Think of the sort of the tree of the modern language goes back and branches off a bunch. That kind of creates a bunch of different various problems for the spells that go into it. Typically, you need a speaker of that language in order to make a codice, and then the codice translates from that speaker's perspective. So you get a person. So, for example, when you guys were speaking with Hatterai way back, and you guys were talking of a translation from the giant stuff that he had heard, he was using a codices that was a specific sea giant that had middle true giant. So it was middle, but it was the middle giant language, was from the perspective of a specific person. And that's kind of how the codices end up being made, is they're from a particular person or a particular perspective. And depending on the language, it's a bigger jump to get to the different time categories. So a language like Supernal, Abyssal, Primordial, they're ancient forms because the languages themselves are so old. The speakers that speak the language are oftentimes creatures that live for extremely long periods of time. For a lot of the different dialects and things, it takes them forever to actually change. They're fairly stagnant languages. So something like Primordial, especially if it's going to be an older form of Primordial, the ancient form is going to be very difficult to find some sort of connection in the world to do. It would take lots of resources and time and things like that. So that's why that people like, for example, Renata exist in a world with magical translation, because the further disconnected you are from the source language, the harder it is to actually get the magic to properly function. And you oftentimes need actual linguists to get the job done. Really long-winded, but I hope that all makes sense. And if you do want to look for rituals, I can come up with a list of codices that you'd be able to purchase in Hardhome. And if you're looking for like languages and things like that, easily done.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
This might be a technical question, but Drock's question about the Helm of Languages made me think about it. That's specifically for spoken languages, and so it wouldn't include something like Ancient Ignan Primordial.
It just means that you can't read or write it, but that particular item is not allowed in the campaign specifically because the same thing with the spectacles, reading spectacles. Yeah. There's a couple things, and like the ritual for comprehend languages is also changed. Ritual tongues is also changed. Things that shortcut that part of the way that I built this world, I have either altered or removed from the game, just to kind of to make the world feel a little bit more, I don't know, varied.
Mm-hmm.
So you get this from them. She agrees that she will come back with the book. And anything else from the ritualist from Selman that you guys want to kind of discuss before we move on to the next point? Sounds like
just that she gave us an update on how long it was going to take.
Yes, so she kind of gave you guys the full update, so you know you'll be leaving. You'll be able to leave on evening of the next day. The question that I did have at some point, I'm not sure we ever answered it, is whether you guys wanted to leave that evening or you wanted to leave the next morning. I'm not sure that question was ever answered. Cool.
don't
It will
know.
remain unanswered, and we'll figure it out at the end of the recap. So, what happens next? What's the next thing on the agenda to do for the party?
So we met with Thuana and the captain of the Golden Lion on
Yes,
our
Captain
ship.
Emily.
And
So
we, yeah.
you guys didn't get a lot of new information for Thuana, but because I feel like that's an easier place to start. Anything new information from Thuana first, and then kind of go with a longer conversation with Captain Namri.
So yeah, Morin mostly talked to her about Lord Sovar.
So the new information that I got from her was a clarification on the fact that after he killed his father, Lord Sovar, Mstislav specifically, was the one who freed Thuana and let her go. And then we learned about how the blood line or blood bond works, how the houses control all of the elves that are subservient to them,
Mhm.
and that Sovar didn't relinquish this blood bond to his sister, who is now in charge of the house, and so it's resulted in the either the council or the sister taking out bounties on Mstislav, so that the blood bond will pass to the sister.
Correct. And one of the things that Thuana is primarily concerned with was when people do ask about Mstislav, is making sure that they are not going to go in and be there to collect said bounty, because she does still owe him a bit for freeing her. So that was one piece. And then what's going on with Captain Amri? What do you guys learn about her? Who is she? What's her deal?
So she had worked in Aegis's army for many years. Somewhere like on these plains near the Infinite Rings,
Mhm.
and really didn't want to talk about that stuff, but we were very interested in it. Like she knew that Aegis had been at the Battle of Hardholm, but we were like a little cagey about it. Um, and so we were kind of asking about Aegis's motivations, and she really was just kind of reiterating that like he has his own inscrutable purposes, and uh, he protects the things he's chosen to protect, and then ignores the things that he's chosen not to protect. Um, and that he was fighting the Imperium. We asked what that is, and it was sort of unclear. It just seemed like, I don't know, your typical like evil empire that is far away and not our immediate problem. Um, and then we also asked her about we told them about our visions and asked her about the uh, Kotoa, the fish people that we saw. And the captain really hated them. She saw them as like more intelligent, I guess, than the Leviathan, like had more agency. But she couldn't really like help us figure out where our vision occurred or anything like that.
Basically saying the Kua live in very deep waters, and there's a lot of very deep waters around, and nothing about the vision would be something that she'd be able to pinpoint a location. But she can give you some general information about the Kua. And also, I apologize that I've not gotten the vision out to you guys. It's been a very frustrating week.
Yeah, you've had a lot on your plate. That is totally fine.
So she
She
also
also
let.
said, oh,
Go ahead,
sorry.
sir.
She also
Okay.
said that if we wanted to hire her for any of our inscrutable purposes, she seemed interested in, you know, working with us, but obviously not for free. She is a mercenary after all.
Right. So you guys brought her here for a conversation. You are obviously very well equipped, very well backed by people with lots of coin, happy to be part of any operations, especially if it's down south where it's not quite as cold. Anything else that you guys think is important to mention with Captain Amri?
I asked her what Aegis had said when he was leaving, Theron, and it's apparently like his own speech, but means mortals.
Mm-hmm. And so, because she was a little cagey about things, but I do want to make it clear kind of what she does share. She did serve with Aegis for over 30 years. Has a very complicated sort of doesn't hate him, doesn't love him, respects him in some ways, is frustrated with him in other ways. Relationship with her past within the Legion, and is happy to be her own captain on her own ship, in her own place in the world, and not dealing with that sort of stuff. It's not so much she doesn't want to talk to you guys about the time that she spent in the Legions. It's more of a chapter of her life that is behind her. And she can kind of give some details about some pieces on there, but it's not something that she really wants to spend a ton of time dwelling on. So she thanks you guys for the meal, and then you guys have the close of that day. And I believe that's most of what we did last session. Is there anything else people want to highlight about stuff that happened last time? Cool. So now I need an answer, preferably an answer that you would have given to the people at the docks, yesterday in game time, of whether you guys are planning to leave as soon as the ship is fixed, sort of the evening of 5/7, or whether you're going to stay the night here and leave out in the morning.
So that would be the night. Will we have taken a long rest between the Beholder fight if we leave that night?
Yes. So you fight the Beholder, and then that whole day is the ship's being repaired, and then the next day is when the repair finishes, and the next day is when you have the day after the Beholder fight is when you have the dinner with Thuana and Captain Emery.
Gotcha. I don't see a reason to stay the night. Do you guys?
No, not really.
Nope.
Okay.
So where are we going next? Are we going to the flotilla?
I think so.
I don't think I get a physics book.
Mm-hmm.
So, with that being the case, in the evening, as the ritual finishes and you guys are set to head out of port, there is a lot of activity in the city. There's a lot of people that come out of the city and set up sort of like a makeshift fair market sort of thing around the ship planning to leave, right? So think of the same sort of thing that people would go and watch, like a rocket being launched into space. Like, this is, people are here to see the ship leave. And at first it's just people kind of gathering around, but then the more people that gather, the more people start weaving through the crowd, selling little roasted squid on sticks. And the more people that are there doing that, there are people that, sing and juggle and fire breathe and do magical tricks and illusions and things. And there's sort of festive atmosphere sort of appears around the outside of the city gates, and sort of makes it to where if there was going to be trade that happened here, although there's not stuff going into and out of the city right now, it would pretty much be completely stopped by this makeshift festival being thrown for the departure of the ship. And around dinner time, probably right after or right when Captain Amri and First Mate are leaving, a sort of long train of people come in with either a couple of heavy sacks on their back, or a bolted chest on their back. There is one kind of cart that's being pulled by an ox that has 4 of these heavy chests on it, as your crew arrives to kind of load themselves on and get situated. So I did send out the stuff with all of the crew. I don't expect anyone to remember it. But you guys have the sort of list of the people that are on board the ship, and the sort of 30 people that you all hired to keep track of stuff. As they all kind of get loaded on, they start getting their pieces where they need to be. The only person who really says very much to you all initially is going to be Garvu. He's the boatswain. He's more or less the there's not really like officer ranks, but he's the one that sort of speaks for the rest of the crew and is the one that gets them to actually do a thing. And as soon as they're on board, once he knows that they're leaving soon, it's basically everyone put all your stuff away. And getting everyone below decks and getting all the stuff unloaded. You can also see that there is a decent amount of crates of food and barrels of water that are being brought aboard the ship. And if asked, Garvu will apologize and say, "Cook not be trusting these things that you have, be sending all kinds of strange magics into our food. No offense, but we might be cooking a bit of our own."
Understandable.
So the captain, do you want to take the ship away? Take the ship out of dock? Anything you want to do before you head off?
So I'm assuming that we've done the shopping in that channel, or we'll get that resolved.
Correct. So the assumption is that any shopping you guys end up doing in Hardhome will be done during the effective 2 days of more or less downtime you have, either the day before you have the conversation with the captain, or after the fight with the beholder.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll just head into the captain's quarter with Griffle and point on the map to where the flotilla was the last time we saw it.
Just before we do that, Griffle's gonna call, basically gonna call form ranks, and then I'm just gonna walk up and down the line and give everybody a good hard stare.
So they do form up very quickly. So Dweg, the foredeckman, and Garvu, the boatswain, are sort of the two people in charge, one directly below the other. They stand on either end of the line and have everyone sort of line up in a double line on deck for presentation. One thing you'll notice is that Garvu, the boatswain, he's wearing more or less the same uniform that everyone else is. This sort of sailor's garb that has the chain with the hooks and the trident on it, the same symbol that you saw in the council hall. But his uniform is very heavily starched and pressed, and it is very well tailor fit to his body. He looks sort of kind of crisp and clean. Not that the rest of the crewmen look bad. You can just tell that there's a lot of effort has been put onto him looking exactly as he wants to.
I'm gonna give everybody a good hard steer, and then when I reach him, I'm gonna just be like, "You keep a tidy crew. I'm very pleased. This isn't like other ships you've worked on." So I can't do the voice, sorry. This isn't like other ships you've worked on. We need strict discipline. We need everyone working together. Can you make that happen?
He nods. "That do be my job, my lady, and we'll make sure it be done. I've not been serving with this particular crew. I don't be knowing them as a crew as of yet, but each one of them be on a ship I've been on before. And I'll be making sure they have everything spit shined and spot shape."
Good. My advice: don't touch anything if you don't know what it is.
So he licks his lips for a second. That be something we hope to be talking about with the lords and ladies, the captain at some point, or whomever here is managing things. There do be questions some of the others have. When he says that, he kind of like looks down the line at this very tall, hawkish-looking woman orc, who seems to be the only person that's kind of unhappy. Like the rest of them look like they're either looking around, they're sort of starry-eyed, or they're, a couple of them look like they're kind of tired. Everyone has some variation of being affected by being on the ship, whereas like Garwood looks very formalized and almost has this butler-like attitude. One of the people on the line looks just sort of generally annoyed.
Walk around to her and be like, speak freely.
So she puts her hand over the spear and then does this strange kind of turning salute, almost like she's pulling the spear on her chest out and then puts it on the ground. It doesn't actually do anything to her uniform, but you're pretty sure that's what the motion is supposed to symbolize. And says, "Well, I don't want to be causing problems with anyone here, but I'm not exactly sure how I'm to do my duties on board."
What are your duties?
So she stays bowed and says, "Name's Gwynnig, man. I've served as master gunner on 6 ships, and my lady has no cannon, no proper armaments of any kind that I can see, but I was aboard one of the ships during the battle. I know there's something here. I just don't know much about what I'll need to be doing."
I look at the others and I'm like, what do you think?
Perhaps we could do a demonstration of our weapons capabilities outside of the range of the city.
I turn back to her and I'm like, you're in for a real treat. Sit tight, and I promise you, you'll see something the likes of which you will never forget.
She bows slightly deeper and stays bowed.
Does he seem trustworthy to me?
You're not sure. Something is still obviously bothering her, but you're probably going to need to talk to her maybe one-on-one or in a different setting in order to figure out maybe what it is.
Uh-huh. Okay. I will send everybody to their stations. They should all I gave everybody appropriate levels of beacon access.
Mm-hmm.
And I will inform everybody that all of their efforts are required to help us. Oh no, wait, because we're jumping there, aren't we?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You'll jump close,
Cool.
and you'll have to fly to get to actually get to where you're going.
Right. So I'll announce very shortly we will be commencing our teleportation. After which point your assistance will be required to fly the ship a short distance. Our destination is the flotilla just, southwest of here?
Mm-hmm.
If you could kindly make sure that your seat back is upright and your tray table folded away.
So you can see there's sort of a varied range of reactions from the crew. Some of them look a little uncomfortable, but most of them look more interested in what's going to happen. And as the ship kind of commences its ability to move, rises up, the flame ring ignites and spins around the bottom of the ship, and then it goes to kind of just floats up into the air with this giant flaming ring on it. There are very few people that would be aboard the ship that wouldn't kind of just be staring in awe. But you can tell that a good chunk of the crew is trying not to be, standing there with their jaws open. So yeah, teleport out, it sounds like.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
One of many. I believe you are the designated Arcana check person.
Yeah. See how we do.
Looking at an Arcana plus 14. Also, why are people pinging?
Psh,
Oh,
only
no.
17-1? Come on.
So that's without the situational bonus too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a 48. You get to where you're going.
Wait,
Um,
what's the
Sorry,
situational
guys.
bonus again?
It's 14 because you're doing an intra-planar, so it's on the same plane.
Right.
So the ring does that thing where it compresses, looks more like an oval than a sphere or than a circle, and then the shield pops up over the ship. You can hear that a lot of like the music and a lot of the sounds of the city die down as the ship goes to teleport. The teleportation stuff kind of comes online, and Griffle, for the first time, you get something from the ship asking you what systems to take offline in which order for the teleportation. And you can see it's set to basically turn everything off before weapons, and then the weapons go offline, and then you teleport.
Yeah, I'm fine with the current order, I think.
Okay. So the ship dips for a second, a couple of seconds right before the teleport as the flight mechanism turns offline, and then you teleport. Knowing where you're going, knowing the flotilla is, it has been a couple of days, so there will be a little bit of drift, but the excellent check would get you to the point of you'll be within range of their beacon when you guys come out of the teleport. People on deck sort of stumble a little bit as the ship does another one of those sort of lurching drops. It drops 15 feet and then it sort of settles into place. And you see the crew more or less like at the beginning, right before the teleportation happened, they kind of spread around the deck like they kind of were looking for things to do or pretending to move things around or actually moving things around without a lot of purpose, but mostly just looks like they were finding excuses to be on deck.
That's okay.
So you can see Garbu as well as several of the other sort of named people. So the boatswain, the carpenter, your gunner. This is probably important, but I sort of forgot one little note, but we'll get to that in a second. Several of them that have sort of more specific roles are kind of huddled to one side and discussing kind of things that they need to do. Kind of, you can tell that everyone sort of goes to the boatswain first with whatever's going on, and then it's probably going to be some of the system of like if they have a problem that he can't solve, he's going to bring it up to the captain or one of the others. So he's sort of an unofficial officer of them. One other thing that I did forget to do, but definitely would have happened, is on deck is one other person who kind of doesn't look great, but he looks better than when you saw him yesterday morning, is Argal. He is more or less in something clean. He's kind of shaven, although he's got several nicks on his face from it not going over super well, and is wearing a black cloth around his face, on his face over his eyes. You can see very slightly that there is like the cloth is slightly transparent, and he does still kind of have this sort of permanent squinting look on. He doesn't talk to people, and some people sort of move out of, like everyone moves out of the way when he goes by. But you can tell from the murmuring of the crew that several people recognize who he is. So the ship teleports. You see how far it is away. It's about 20 miles away from where you guys are currently. How far the flotilla has drifted and moved since you guys were here last. And basically, as soon as everyone kind of recovers from the teleport and looks around and starts kind of looking out to sea, looking to see, all right, well, where is land, as you were just over land and are now completely somewhere else. As people are starting to like mill around, the Garvu kind of calls out to them and says, I know I do not be seeing. A night watch be out while there's still sun in the sky. I know they do be in their bed, should they be. And then as he's, yelling and waving his hand as he's running around, he sort of switches about halfway through from speaking in Common to speaking in Orcish. And you're reasonably certain, while most of you don't understand exactly what he's saying, that if you want a crash course in how to cuss people out, just follow the boatswain around and listen to him yell at people. About a fifth of the crew look startled when he starts going on his rant and scurry below decks. So, what's the plan? Just fly straight to our flotilla?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you guys head to the flotilla. I guess it's not a difficult thing to do. The people that are kind of brought into the beacon find it very awkward to fly the ship mentally. They are used to having like a bunch of other things to sail ships. And the idea that you think where you're going and everyone thinks together is actually something that they're probably going to have to do a little bit of time learning. Although you learn, once you kind of explain to Garvu the process, he then understands that, okay, you need people to think together in the same way. And then says, oh, I be changing the watches, be moving people around. Some of the people I be spreading out. People that work in the same crew too long be too friendly, get lazy on watches. But if there be people that know each other, they be better able to speak and think alike. I be putting them on the same crew so they all think together. And basically says that he broke up anyone that served in the same ships into separate watches, and is going to have to undo that over the next couple of days. So you guys fly and see the flotilla come into sight.
What was the name of the woman that looked annoyed that we talked to?
Ideally, you guys have access to the crew. Yes.
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 So it's the master gunner. So Gwynedd is the woman's name.
Ah, okay, thanks.
Crewman number 5 on the list.
Mm-hmm.
So you see it coming on the horizon, and have no problems navigating towards it. Is there anything you guys want to do before you make it to the flotilla?
Do we want to do our weapons test for the master gunner?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
Or do we want to try to find a little category 1?
So there's currently nothing within range, which is not unheard of, but is a little unusual. And by range, I mean range of the beacon, not range of your like weapons.
I don't know. Should we let the flotilla know, we're back and we're going to do a weapons test before we do a weapons test?
Yeah, especially like if they're in range of the weapons, we might not want to let someone new to the weapons fire. We all know how well that went.
They're not in range of the weapons, and you guys teleport out. So you got about 20 miles. I don't remember what the max range on the weapons is, but it's not 20 miles. It's like
Yeah, sure.
Might as well do it then.
A mile, I think. I'd have to look it back up.
I see no harm in letting her try.
So how do you want to go about this?
Well, I guess we should check first. Griffle, can you activate the weapon system, get a platform out, and
master gunner.
Well, hang on. So can we see the flotilla on the horizon?
It's a little too far away to see with your eyes, but
okay,
it's close enough that it's within the beacon's range. And
okay, right.
Half an hour or so, you'll be able to see it on the horizon.
Okay. Just as long as we're not like freaking them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll see if I can access the weapons platforms.
Platforms respond immediately.
Cool. Let's bring out the force platform and we'll just aim it like right up into the sky.
Okay. Are you firing it? Are you kind of giving her access to it? Are you trying to
I'm
draw
going
her?
to show her first. And then I want to talk to her. Before she gets weapon access, I want to talk to her one-on-one.
Okay. So she does watch, and she does go get the 2 gunners that were sent below decks to come and watch the demonstration. And yeah, is the most of the people there, like the gunners and the 2 powder boys that are there, look on just in awe of the ship weapon being fired. That sort of sour look on her face doesn't change after watching the weapon being fired.
Really? Okay. So like I'll just do a sidebar with her, like not necessarily like take her into like in private or anything. And like if the rest of you guys want to like be here when I talk to her. But I'm just like I'll just be like, so what did you think, Gunner?
An admirable system, to be sure. Looks something that might take a bit of getting used to. I'm concerned with giving any of the normal gunners permission to use things. There are always dangers with weaponry of any kind, and I wouldn't be giving a toddler access to a cannon. And it do be something that look more complicated than a cannon.
It do.
I think it'd be prudent if I was given access to these weapons, and I be familiarizing myself with it so that it can be properly introduced to the rest of the crew.
Now you see, Gunner, the dilemma that we have. You've seen the power of these weapons, and you are a stranger to us. In the same way that you would not give a weapon to a toddler, you would also not hand your enemy a sword.
She nods. I be brought onto the ship to be in charge of the armaments, and I have gunners that need be taught. I can go with whatever means you think is safe. I will bow to your expertise in the matters. I want to learn. But I'm merely saying that it is inappropriate for me to be learning at the same time and rate in the same way as the regular gunners.
Girl nods. Your caution is commendable. And if nobody objects, I will give her access to the weapons platforms.
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
So you give her the part of the beacon access that she needs to control the weapons, and then pretty much as soon as that happens, she'll say, "Thank you. If I have your leave, I would like to go and familiarize myself with these systems as best can be before I am required to share such access with the rank and file gunners."
Indeed. Please make sure if you are going to practice that you do not swap out any of the weapons and that you are firing them in safe directions, just as you would with firearms practice.
She nods and she goes to kind of step away. She looks like she's going to kind of walk on top of like the highest deck to kind of be able to see everything. And she makes it maybe like 2 steps away before she stops and says, "There do be one of the things that I'm thinking that no be working. I can sense," and she kind of gestures to the 8 platforms. I can sense energies associated with each one, but there be something else, and I've not been given proper access. Is this intentional?
It is.
So she frowns and then nods and then kind of stalks away.
Actually, just before she goes, I'm like, Gunnar! And
Yeah.
pull her to attention, and I'm like, do you chafe at not knowing everything? Is the trust that we've placed in you not enough?
Sorry, officer. I just be needing to know the things I need be knowing to perform my duties appropriately. If I am to be teaching these weapon systems to the others, this is something they not be knowing and something be new to all of them. I not be knowing pieces of it would make me a poor instructor.
Okay. I will level with her. There is an additional weapon that we have access to that we will not use unless at our greatest need. I cannot tell you what it is, but what you can tell your crew members when you train them is that it is powerful and dangerous, more so than these other weapons, and that they are not to touch it.
So this not be something you are wanting us to be doing. This would be an officer role, yes? She wouldn't say the yes at the end. That's not their style, but sorry.
Yes. Officers only.
You can tell that sort of... She still doesn't look especially happy, but maybe her annoyance level drops several levels from that. Of like, okay, if that's only for officers, then I'm okay with not learning that.
I kind of want to indicate to her that, like, I know that, like, how do I say this? I don't really know how to indicate to her, but, like, Griffle's had experience before where, like, somebody who's meant to be in a position of authority isn't given the kind of information or authority that they need in order to be respected in that authority, because, like, you know, part of being the head gunner is that she knows the most. It's like, you know, she is the expert, she is the person who's supposed to be doing the things the best. And so I kind of want to indicate to her that, like, I know that she doesn't want to be made to seem like incompetent or made a fool of, and that, like, that's where her concern is, or at least that's where Griffle thinks her concern is coming from. And that, like, she need not be concerned that, like, higher authority will respect lower authority, if that makes sense. Like, will respect her authority over her gunners.
If that be something you know, then I have one request for my lady.
Make it.
Since the gunners be under me, I would request I be given discretion over when to introduce them to the system, so that I might make myself an expert as much as possible before introducing more variables.
Griffle, like, kind of raises an eyebrow, but then, if nobody else objects, crew, officers.
Yeah, I think if
that
she
would be
thinks
fine.
that's best, I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that would be alright.
You can tell that now that you've kind of gotten close to the thing that's probably bothering her, that she wants to be as well versed in this system as possible before she's putting herself in front of the gunners, as that sort of role of master gunner is very important to her. And this question is basically saying, don't just give me access now and then give the rest of the crew access in a couple of minutes. Like, let me say that I'm ready to then teach the gunners before you give them access.
So Griffle is like, I will do you one better, and then I amend her access so that she can give them access when she deems them ready.
And you see for the first time that sort of sour look on her face drop for a moment. She doesn't smile still, but she will do that same sort of very formal spear out bow and say, "Thank you," and then go up the steps up to the top of the ship.
Oh man, I really hope she doesn't fuck us over.
So, you guys fly towards the flotilla. While that's going on, you are going to have a couple of. So, Garbu is going to come to you and sort of ask you a couple of questions about what you all expect. And he will kind of come up to the captain first, come up to Morin, and he'll bow low and say, Captain, there do be many things be doing on the ship, and there be concerns from some of the crew. If you not be busy right at this moment, I don't know how this command of the ship be working, but can you talk while we're doing this? I have a few questions need be answered.
How long until we reach the flotilla, Griffle?
About 30 minutes.
Yes, that amount of time.
I'll turn back to Garbu. Ask your questions.
Well, first things be first. My crew, this people that be under me, they be used to a chain of command, be simple. We can just say simple, all officers be above me, but if there be something you be needing with the crew, it might be best for the working of things you be coming through me first. He kind of waits to see how you respond to that.
And your question is?
No question, just be saying a bit of how I'm used to things being, and if there be changes, want to be knowing so I can adjust. And so
is Griffle here?
Huh?
Am I here? Can I be
Yeah,
here? Yeah, so like I'm gonna nod emphatically at Morin over his shoulder.
And so he says, so the crew be used to coming to me with concerns first, and I be sending them on to you once I be sorting out things not worth speaking of and things that might be worth a bit. Couple of questions they be having. You already spoke to the gunner. She has her own things that need be. But Koganvich is, well, he be concerned about this whole cooking of things, be hoping he can make himself useful and be showing the crew that he still has a place, be wanting to make a special meal for the officers this evening. I be telling him you've already be eating, but maybe a dessert or something, a late night snack.
Yes, I think that we would be happy, to experience some of the delicacies of a hard-home sailor.
So he nods his head very emphatically, like he expected nothing but that answer. Yes, I'll be letting the cook know that you've already been eating, but something could be light, a dessert, something like that. A delicacy, you say? I'd be letting
No
him know.
birds.
I just love that you use like the word delicacy and like hard home sailor.
So he kind of switches from that and says, another question we had is the purview of the master gunner, and she be having many worries on her head, but I want to be making sure all hands be useful. On a normal ship we have Redig and Kifelim, the two boys. He gestures over towards by far the two youngest members of the crew. They look like they're about the same age as Yidrig, like they're like 13, 14 maybe. And says, they not be having a place, not be official on this ship. No cannon, no powder, no powder, no powder boy. What may they be doing? They'll need something to keep their hands from be idle.
Gwynedd is currently developing the curriculum for her powder boys, given this ship's particular weaponry. I'm sure that you can speak with her about finding ways to fill their time while she makes herself familiar with our weapons.
He nods
Uh,
along.
Captain, if I might make a suggestion,
Of course.
none of the officers on crew currently have a Batman. Perhaps the young lads could run errands, take messages, that sort of thing.
The boatswain doesn't respond. He kind of looks from one to the other and nods emphatically, as he obviously thinks that's probably a good idea. Morin, what do you say?
Oh, yes, I'll just nod.
Good. And there be, well, I don't want to say it be least, but it be something I don't think be need handled right this moment. But one thing that be worrisome for a crew is there be lack of clarity on positions and people's be. And Mifton is an agreeable enough woman. I've worked with her on 2 crew in the past. But she be one that holds things close to her heart, little barbs that grow over time. She be one that you say cross words to her today, she hit you with a bat in 3 weeks. I be hoping to get ahead of that, if possible be. This other person on the ship that be having her same role, what exactly is your plans?
Are you speaking of
Do
the
we-
former warder of the Caledon?
He nods.
He will not be acting as warder of our ship. He is aboard our vessel for other purposes, and she does not need to view it as sharing a role with him. She is the ship's warder.
Just so, it may be worth a more formal announcement to the crew, be. There be people that know Argol by his reputation, and it is a fierce reputation to be connected with. I don't want Miftin to be feeling she needs learn everything, be perfect with him around. This ship be a marvel, but after you be on any ship for very long, you learn that all ships be marvels of their own. 100,000 little pieces be sinking all on their own and somehow float through the worst storms with a good deck and good crew. But this be a special case. If you're Argol around, Miftin will be looking to see if she is perfect in all things, and the crew may be too. Maybe a more formal announcement that it is her ship. Well, her charge of the ship to be in charge of the wards might be doing a good bit of good to her and stopping any future bats before they get swung.
I'll sigh and nod.
So he will then kind of, after he's gone through his sort of main list of issues, he'll fill up the rest of the sort of 20, 30 minutes left with talking about individual people on the crew, who has a gambling problem, who, you kind of have to watch on port, what people will be lazy if you're not careful, who's going to be really motivated. It talks about the 2 of the seamen are brothers that constantly fight while they're in port. And regardless of what you've heard, they will function very well at sea. They just can't function as 2 human beings when there's land beneath their feet, but they're great sailors, and kind of goes through and gives you a kind of a perspective on each person on the crew. So you guys see the flotilla come into view.
Totally gonna take notes on that, by the way. Like, totally gonna write down like any small like feuds or yeah.
Yeah, and I'll fill out the sort of I have a thing on my end that has the stuff with the crew, and I haven't made like I haven't translated that into something that's easy to be player focused or player facing. So I'll translate that into something that you guys can use as notes and you guys can add to. But I just haven't done that part yet. So you guys see the flotilla, and your ship, especially without sort of intentionally cloaking yourself or making it to where you can't be seen, you can be noticed from a long, long way off. And it's kind of later in the evening. It's not quite dark yet by any means. It's maybe 8 o'clock by the time you guys make it to the flotilla. And you see several people on deck that are on that same in that same sort of open area and the major central ship that's connected to, so in this area that's connected to the smaller sort of pavilion ship where you guys were discussing things previously. Does the group, like, do you want to land the ship like you did last time, go into the water and approach like a normal ship, or is this going to be a fly down and deal with them type thing? Because it does take a little longer to do the other way. I don't know what your all's plans on time wise.
Well, Morin would like to have a chat with Physic.
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time we landed to be less threatening. I don't think they fear us this time, especially with everything that's happened. And they know about Hardhome, so I say just the faster fly up and get close, and then however we can get there quickest.
All right. So if you fly right over the center part of the flotilla, Captain Mevu is on deck, kind of waves to you. The first mate, he looks a whole lot better than he did last time. He has been not able to drink much since you guys have left, and looks very disgruntled at the whole fact. So the fastest way is to use the ships, to basically use the weapon systems, which are the weapon systems are more teleporters than they are actual weapons, and use one of the discs to go down to the ship, and you can easily do so. So the captain calls out to you as you guys get close, saying that it's good to see you all back, good to see everyone in one piece. He's heard the news from Hardhome, and the people around that are going to be drinking be owing toasts to you. And then he kind of gives the first mate a little bit of a side eye.
Griffle's gonna give him like the black blood equivalent of like flipping the bird. Sign of disrespect. The first mate, not the captain.
I mean, he's sober now. He didn't do too much to us last time. I mean, come on.
Only sober because he has to be.
Isn't that us all?
Nah, Griffle's super straight edge.
So yeah, what's the plan? What do you want to do? Thank you, Morin, for that note.
I feel like that's how I was reacting in that scenario.
So yeah,
I feel like I've done a lot of the talking recently, so that's why I haven't spoken up.
well, I will also say there's only 4 players today instead of 6, so you might. Some people are going to have to be talking a little bit more than normal because we're down 2 people.
Also, is everyone in? Oh no, it's just Foxy not in Roll20. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm like, look at Roll20. There's like nobody on.
So yeah, if Foxy feels like she's talked a lot more and you are technically captain, the other captain is greeting you, and what are you wanting to say?
Yeah, Morin.
I think this would mostly be more anyway. Well, no, sorry, Captain Mevu. Who's? I know who Physic is. What is Physic's role on the flotilla?
He's the
He's a
beacon
beacon
guy.
An operator.
Okay, so we need to actually just ask the captain to speak with him.
Yeah.
So the captain said many people are going to be giving you toasts.
Mhm.
Is that just like an expression, or is like some like ceremonial thing happening that I can just not have to say anything?
No, it's more along the lines of like he has. If you kind of look at his picture, right, he has like a little, more or less like a sake cup, and he will do kind of toast. And you can see there's quite a few people. They don't look as formal, right? Like these are just sailors and people that are on deck of the ship that are out there. And there's again a little bit of a very much more muted festive atmosphere, but there is a bit of a festive atmosphere. It's more of a turn of phrase to say we've heard about what happened at Hardhome, and people here are going to, raise a cup in your honor type thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
From what you know of of Captain Mayvu so far, he does not seem to be one that's really big on ceremony.
Yeah. Okay. Was there any further Leviathan activity near you since our absence?
We've seen nothing here. It'd be very quiet indeed. There have been a bit of schooling found nearby. We didn't want to get too far off, as the message was you were planning to return. We got some stuff done, but have been mostly just waiting, getting messages back and forth from Hardhome.
Good. May I speak to your beacon operator, Physic? Perhaps with some amount of privacy.
His eyes kind of widen for a second, and then he goes, sure. I'll dig him out of his hole. I can just tell him to come and not tell him anything else, but is there anything I should be telling him this could be about?
A question of scholarly pursuits. Nothing.
So he smiles at that and nods. So he'll be gone all evening, I expect. Very well. And he snaps over at the first mate and sends him down below decks to go and get physics. And the DM doesn't remember the first mate's name. I have it here somewhere. I just don't remember. Weird. Anyways, so sends him down, and the captain basically just tries to do like some small talk just to be friendly. He doesn't seem like he's especially good at it, but also, he's understanding that you guys are here and you guys have done this great thing, and he's just not trying to be rude. He's just not very good at small talk. After a couple of minutes, the first mate comes up, and a very disheveled looking gnome kind of following close behind as you guys meet Physic. So Physic is dry washing his hands as he comes aboard, and kind of as soon as he looks up, he's sort of like mumbling to himself, thinking, like very obviously like maybe talking or thinking to himself. He looks up and he sees one, and he sort of like starts and says, "Oh, that's curious. A very curious thing indeed. Yes, Captain. Well, what is it you'll be needing me for? I can feel like I feel something of their beacon on that one."
What do you mean?
I don't know. Something. I've been trying to test that beacon of yours for a bit, and doesn't give me much of anything, and it feels some sort of connection to you, but I'll be betting that one's the pilot. He gestures towards Griffle. But all of you feel familiar, weird. I don't like it.
Yes, you are familiar to me. We can explain some of this to you. Why do you associate this feeling with a beacon?
He shrugs. I've been working on a lot of little things. Lots of little things need working on, and beacon here is curiosity. Lots of things been ignoring stuff. Got tell from my wife that things weren't reacting to beacons right before, and things are acting strange now. Nothing's working wrong. It just feels different. You see the captain kind of roll his eyes at that. I'm just saying what I can feel, Captain. I don't know why it is different, or even really how it's different, but something is different with the beacons.
When do these feelings of difference start?
Might have been a little bit longer. I feel like there's been something kind of scratching at the back of my ear for a while now. I don't know exactly when it started, but I could pinpoint it. I could point out this is different. Maybe 3-4 days ago. Yeah, I could feel something was purposefully different, but I think it's been going on longer than that. Week, month, year. I don't really know, but once I had it, I knew I had something, even if I don't know what it is yet.
Yes, 4 days ago, we averted your death.
Oh, well, thanks for that.
Yes. We do not know why this was important, but we know that it was important. Curious
Ah.
that you can sense it.
Yes. Oh, well, speaking of importance, he reaches back and pulls this saddlebag around from behind him, or not saddlebag, satchel bag from behind him, and opens it up, and you see it's just kind of jam-packed full of papers, some of which are in there in a way that they're actually somewhat flat, but a lot of them are like crunched on the sides. So he's got like effectively one book's worth of paper, and then some, I've got a book with some paper that are laid flat, but then like the top and the bottom of the satchel bag have like crumpled up pieces of paper that are jammed in the top and bottom. And he pulls out the book for a second, and then he pulls a smaller like notebook out of the center of the book, and then he grabs a piece of the crumpled paper, jams it back in the book where the notebook just came out, and pushes it back into the sack, kind of like he just used a piece of broken paper as a new bookmark. And she'd be saying, "This is what you're looking for." And he holds a little slim book up to you.
And it's a copy of the one that the ritualist gave me.
It's much smaller than the book the ritualist gave you.
Yes, we are here to talk to you about this translation. Although we are also happy to talk to you more of our vision and this strange feeling. We do not understand how beacons relate to recent events, but we believe that they do.
Well, about translation, I chose a different avenue. Let's go with that. Translation wasn't getting me much of anywhere, and it was very expensive and time consuming, and so I made this. He kind of gestures again with the little notebook that he's holding for you to take from him one.
I will grab it and open it.
As soon as you take it out of his hand, like as soon as it touches your hand, you can immediately feel what this thing is. You own several of them, although this one's different. It's a codices. It's a focus for comprehend languages.
I will. Morin, where are you holding the rune that you have from Al?
I believe it was just on a small piece of paper that it's in my robe.
I will reach into your robe and grab the paper with no respect to your personal space.
So as you're doing this, you kind of snatch at something. He'll say, "But it's more of an idiolect than a dialect, really. It's very specific, and I'm still missing pieces. It's not quite complete, but I got a good way there, and I think that's going to be a better plan than trying to translate everything just line by line, piece by piece. Even if that's going to be useful somehow. But that book, once I can get everything perfect, it'll be beautiful."
I immediately start to cast the ritual.
So when you start to cast the comprehend language, you can tell basically instantly that it's going to fail. That the focus, it feels like it's mostly complete, but it's not quite there. It's missing some component to be able to make it a true focus. So he's gotten, you would say, probably 80% plus of the way there to making this item, but he's not completely finished it yet. So it's not going to work immediately.
So I think once I realize that it's failing, I'll sort of tune back into what he was saying, which was basically that it would fail. And I will say, this is distressing. What do you hypothesize will complete this focus?
Well, I have some ideas and some options. The obvious one, right? If I could get a signature from the idiolect, then obviously all those pieces just immediately come together, and this is just very simple. But I think that that's probably impossible, as they're likely dead or gone or different in some way, shape, or form that's important for the codices. But that would be the best one. If you just happen to have one of those lying around, you just happen to know who wrote all of this shit, that would be perfect. Assuming you don't know this author, because I don't even really know who the author is, then maybe we can kind of, figure something else out that can get us close. And I think if I could find something that was a really old speaker of Ignan, then I might be able to use that to bridge the gap between the bits of primordial and the codices that I have and the specific language that's being spoken here, because it's weird stuff. It's not all actually ancient Ignan. It's a bunch of different pieces of primordial that are sort of mashed together. I think this person spoke several different dialects and just didn't really give a shit which one he was using when he was making this these poems. But the way they all fit together is fascinating and could be really useful for translating other stuff. I can never find something useful to translate.
We believe that this rune was written by an Ifrit, Masan al-Harik ben Sadir al-Samir. Do you know him?
Wait, this is the first time I've heard this name.
I'll look over at you and shrug.
So he
Can you write that out for me?
He licks his lips for a second and says, "Oh, yeah, no, that's the one. That's the author. But I mean, I don't know. I know the name, obviously, but I don't know who that is. It's not a name that kind of comes up in normal conversation."
I will give him a disappointed frown.
Do I recognize that name?
You don't? It's a very formal, like really old primordial name, but you don't recognize the specific person.
If it's formal, are there like titles or something? Would I have a?
So you're not sure if the pieces of his name are titles or if it's sort of reversed, right? So they're think of like Caesar, right? Caesar is a title. Caesar was originally a person. A lot of the really old primordial names do get used as titles, but unless you have the context, you don't know if it's this person is Caesar, like the person, or they were Caesar at the time they had the office of Caesar. Does that make sense?
Okay.
But the Al-Harik part of his name is a title. Like that is something that is used currently. And that's the title for the Master of Fire. That's the most distinguished pyromancer that works for the church.
That's the title of the most senior pyromancer who works for the church.
Correct. They're the Al-Harik.
Okay.
But the rest of it, you're pretty sure, since it's in the middle of his name, or it's in the middle of the name and the title that he wrote in the book, that it's unlikely that that's what he's doing, because if you are the head pyromancer, usually that's the start of your name, unless whatever this Misan means, because it's also a name that is not a word, right? So it's a primordial name, but it doesn't have a specific connotation for a different definition to it that you're familiar with. So yeah, so Physic is like, he knows the name, he doesn't know who that is. Like that doesn't fill in the gaps for him.
Very well. We will keep your codex and we will research further. Is there anything else you wish to discuss with us?
Well, I
Physics.
mean, I got a lot of questions. But I mean, you can have the codex, I guess. But I've worked on that thing for a lot of years, and I don't really have another one of them.
We
So
appreciate your gift.
if you
Physic.
do, I'd kind of like a copy at some point. You can tell he handed you something that he was expecting for you to like examine and give back to him, and now that he's not getting it back, he's pretty bummed.
Physic. If you were to see more examples of this ancient Ignan primordial that were not in the context of these poems, do you believe that that would assist you in completing this codicy?
I mean, maybe, but listen, I was never really a language person, really. I had the things, we got the book, we got the rituals, and Selm said that she could get something pretty amazing to happen if it could be explained in a way that she could actually cast it. And I worked really hard at trying to find something in some way that she could cast a ritual, a spell, something useful out of this thing. And I've been trying, but it's just not my thing.
Are you familiar with the researcher Renata from it's Grace, right?
Yes.
From Grace.
So would you only use her first name, or would if you as in character remember her last name, would you say it?
I would use it.
Okay. So Renata Farshang. So he probably wouldn't get just the first name, but then after you say the last name, he's like, oh, Professor Farshang. Yeah, I've sent her stuff over the years, and it's been of, well, let's call it limited usefulness.
Yes, she is difficult at times, but we have had useful exchanges with her. If we were to show her this codex, would you allow us to share it with her so that she might complete it with her skills?
Well, I mean, listen, for me, from what I've heard, you all basically saved the city. And I live there, so I'm kind of happy about that whole process. And even if you didn't save our lives, like you said you did from this vision thing, then, that's kind of me owing you anyways. And me getting home and my city being there and, Selmy still being there is really kind of good enough payment for me, but you can use it however you want. I'm just saying, if you make that thing complete, you make it able to translate this book once and for all, I'd just like to have a copy. That's it.
Yes, we will share a copy so that you can read your dirty poetry.
So he gets a very big grin and says, "Oh, it'll get read all right."
I do not wish to know more.
So the captain, as he's been watching this sort of exchange, is there anything else you need from my pilot?
I will look over at Morin and Griffel and Drock.
I believe this concludes the business we had with him.
I put something in the chat. But for Foxy's sake, I guess, because you're on chat. Telepathically, I'm asking, should we bring him to Al? Like, I have no problem bringing him to Al. He might be really interested to see this stuff in action.
Especially if he needs to have a speaker of the language. Al-Shaid might
do any harm.
Oh, it might do harm to him, but I mean, who knows?
I don't think it would do any harm to our purposes, though.
Yeah.
That's even if Al will see him in the first place. He's very choosy about who he wants to talk to.
I think someone who knows the language Al might be willing to see. But yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if it is wise to let Al Shaib know we are investigating his runes.
Well, but Al knows we are trying to look for ways to free him, right?
Yes.
And understanding the runes is the first step in breaking the runes, in my mind. Not
Yes.
being a ritual caster of any sort, so I might be way off base on that. But that's my thought.
Yes, I am willing to try this plan.
All
So I
right.
will take back what I said to the captain. If we may perhaps have a little more of your operator's time. Physic, we may have a speaker aboard our ship who speaks ancient Ignan primordial. Would you like to meet him? And do you think that would aid you in completing your codex?
Yeah, no, I mean, if you got someone that can speak the language, I could probably get this codicy done in a few hours max.
Captain?
So the captain shrugs and says, "From all accounts, we are here for these past couple of days due to your actions, so I can't really see what a couple of hours will do. We're already bringing in most of the outer ships for the night anyways." So what's the plan? Take him on board the ship?
Sure.
That would be my vote.
Agreed.
So he can go on one of the one of the platforms, make it up to the ship. And he's looking around. He's marveling at the ship in a different way, right? So like the crew are looking at the sort of ship as a holistic thing. He seems to be paying attention to very specific things. Like he goes and looks at some of the markings and stuff on the edge of the deck. Like this is someone who's examining it. Looks like mostly magically, and then everything like the physical part of it is somewhere else. So like this is someone who's like, cool, I'm on a magical ship. Detect magic, open up my magical senses, look at all of the things first.
So I will take him to the captain's quarters so that the rest of the crew and stuff and other people are not around.
Mhm.
But as we're walking, I'll ask him, "What are you feeling of the beacon now?"
Can't feel much of your beacon here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with it. And, you know, there's certain times that I'm thinking maybe it's just me, but there's just something different feeling. Not just with my beacon, not just with yours, but some of the lesser ones used. They all feel different. Fuzzier, I guess. I don't know.
And a quick clarification question. 4 days ago would have been when?
So 4 days ago would have been the first. That's about when you guys saw him last.
The day the Leviathan would have attacked.
Is that roughly when we closed the massive portal?
It's the same day, yeah.
So that's a different day than when. Is that the same day that we bonded Clotho to Narsenhar?
No, it's the next
Okay.
day.
I'm wondering if the beacons are somehow... That portal was to the Fae or something? And if we close that, maybe all the beacons were weakened?
I thought that beacon was to
Wherever the Leviathan are
somewhere
from,
else.
which we're not 100% sure on, right?
So the portal, we weren't exactly sure, but part of it at least was going to the Fens.
Sorry, Fens. Yeah.
Is that the Shadowfell?
So I'll say the easiest way to pull it up is is to pull up the map with all the labels on it. But the Black Fens was the place that it was connected to, which is in the Shadowfell.
Okay.
Now, if that's where the beacons get their power, because everything seems to be connected somehow.
Mhm.
Maybe
Have we
it's closing
considered the
in?
possibility that it had nothing to do with anything that we did?
No, never. Everything
Of course not.
revolves around us.
What kind of question was that?
We are all narcissists in this group, right? Like,
Oh, it's under the. It's under the other map. That's right.
Also, I'm just about to jump on Roll20. Meds have kicked in. I'm feeling a lot better.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
that's
Good.
You sound way better than you did when you joined the channel. So that's
Oh
good
my
news.
god, yeah.
Hooray for
It's
medicine.
no fun.
So yeah,
Hooray for modern medicine, yeah.
bringing Physic into the captain's quarters, he's still marveling, looking around at things. Yeah, what do you want to do?
So I'll just kind of cautiously call out to Al Shaib because I think this is the first time that I've tried to interact with him or initiate interaction with him. And I'll say, Ibn Al Shaib, may I speak with you? I have brought a visitor who knows something of the magic that binds you, and we may learn more of how to free you.
So I didn't think we were going to be talking to Al today, and I'm really bad at prepping his voice.
I'm
I
so
have to
sorry.
spend time doing it,
Forgive
which is
you.
fine. But so I'm gonna try, and then if it doesn't work, I'm gonna just speak normally. Yes, I can feel you bring someone that it feels a little. I guess you'd be saying it's tainted. Oh man, I'm doing the giant thing, not the Genasi thing. So he says you bring someone who's feels tainted. Morin,
And
you said I brought someone, and he said, "Okay, you brought someone who's tainted."
can we speak with you inside your containment?
That
I'll
is
say
something.
I'll say it would be better to speak with you inside the containment. No, so our guest may see the runes, your runes.
That is a risk that is not worth taking. I'm thinking. There is something on that one you bring. A touch I feel from Sanctuary. I would not have them in my realm. No. Too big of a risk it is.
Ibn al-Shaib, do you speak ancient Ignan primordial? And could you translate a poem for me written in the language?
He sends back something that he says in Primordial that you do not recognize.
I hope that was an affirmation.
It can be seen as such, yes?
So I'll take out the book of poems and I'll just kind of open it to so I've already looked through the book, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So this is the one from Selman, right?
Yes. So whichever one is the most
Most
kinda like-
completely
they're-
translated.
They're two
yeah.
different things, though, right? Like,
They are, yeah. So one of them is a book of the poems. The other one is the codices, is a focus for the ritual. He's reading from the actual book.
So whichever one has the most translation, there isn't one that's complete, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, perfect. And Ibn al-Shayyib, can you see the writing in these pages?
My friends, I am very weakened, as it hurts me to say, but I have acted more, and acted more in concert with your wishes, with which I can try to help get out of this box. I've been acting more lately than I have in a very, very long time. I can see little other than where I am. I can feel little other than the chains that bite into me. And I can be little than a prisoner right now. There was a little bit less of the sort of offhanded cockiness that he normally speaks with in that last statement.
Al-Shaib, if you will not allow Physic into your realm, will you allow us into your realm so that you may see this work that Morin holds?
Also, is al-Shayyib's conversation back to us something that Physic is able to hear?
No. Al-Shaib almost always talks mentally to you all. You found out once that he can talk aloud on the ship. He just usually doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
So he will say, I can let you in. Yes. Oh man, I still in the whole giant speech thing from practicing with the crew. He says, I'll try to get back in it 1 second. Yes, I can be letting you. Can't do it again. I'm going to stop trying. I can let you in, but I would prefer if the young masters did not see me in such a state. Morin?
Thinking.
What if we sent the blind guy in?
What good would that do us?
We'll send the blind guy with the book. Al can translate the book, right? Then he won't be seen.
Argyle can sort of see now, though, right?
Yeah, he can. And also, I think it was a little less literal.
Well, but again, Argyle isn't us, right? So maybe he's fine with Argyle seeing him because he's seen him recently.
Maybe. It's kind of hard to tell because you don't know why Al is being cagey about stuff.
Hmm. Okay. We respect your desire to not be seen, but as you recall, our pact with you is that we will try to free you as we are able. We believe that translating this codex will make great strides towards fulfilling our pact. We think that would be something that would interest you above almost all else.
It still annoys me that it takes me so long to get into Al's voice, but he will say, if you can make it a command, I could answer it more freely. Yes.
Then I command you to allow us into your realm so that you may translate this codex, so that you may complete this codex.
As soon as you say that, every one of you vanishes.
Including
Wow.
the other guy?
Physics is
Sorry,
still there.
could you, could you just repeat yourself so I can cement in my mind what you said?
Uh, we might have to go back to the recording. I think I said, then I command you to let us into your realm so that you may complete this codex.
Wonderful.
It's gonna
So
be
with
fine.
a puff of smoke and a little bit of heat, you all reappear inside of Al Shaib's realm, and you see Al Shaib. He looks superficially similar to the way you saw him before. So he's still being suspended on the chains. They're sort of reaching off into the distance. You're surrounded by this. Well, I guess this is more, and this is the first time you're seeing it, but you're surrounded by this dark forest. You're in a little bit of a clearing, and the changes are reaching off. He has his arms out to either side, and his chest is split open. The carvings that are there on his heart, the inside of his rib cage also has runes that are written on them, and his legs are split open and held open with hooks with similar markings written along his femurs. And his head has sort of been pulled back a lot by another set of chains, but he doesn't have that same sort of stoic strength that you saw before. Where the first time you guys met Al Shaib and you were in his domain, he looked like he was imprisoned, but not really bowed. He wasn't really cowed in your presence. Like he seemed unable to move, but still was talking freely and didn't really show a lot of outward signs of pain. It's not the same here. So, whereas previously he was sort of suspended, sort of think of the chains being taut, and he had that sort of holding himself up, keeping his muscles sort of tensed so that he is held up while he's being kind of pulled apart. He doesn't look like that now. He is hanging from the chains. You can see some of them are digging into him significantly deeper, and his head is kind of lulled forward, and his chin is resting in a little kind of cavity where, if you would lean forward and rest your chin on your chest, he can go a lot further forward to where the point of his sort of long hooked nose is almost touching his beating heart. And he looks almost skeletal. The muscular, sort of dark red, bronzed creature that you saw last time, this huge humanoid figure, he doesn't look like that anymore. He looks like he's skin and bones. He looks like he is, if he was immortal, he would be dead. And you see him very weakly kind of raise up his head to look at you. And the only sign of real life that you see is the fires in his eyes still look bright and sharp as ever.
You do not look well, Ibn. Is this the workings of your pact making?
Man. All right. Give me like 5 minutes real quick. Or probably not even that long. Just give me a couple minutes. If you need to get like a water or something, do that. I'm going to try to actually get back into, like, do my things to get back into his voice real quick.
And then I think once we're done here, we should find a completely different region to go to and chat with someone.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
a
still
vampire or something.
the mountains, the storm horns are still interesting to me.
Think, were we gonna go see Lord Sovar and then go to the Stormhorns? I think that was what we talked about last time. Was see, like, go to the flotilla, then Sovar, and then the Stormhorns.
Yeah, I think Gary just means, or Josh just means, put Gary through his paces.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry.
How many voices can we make him do in one session?
He deafened himself now because we were too distracting.
I'll be right back.
I think I told Kylie this the other day, but given what we know now about the blood bond, it might be worth meeting with Sovar because he might have a way of influencing the Endeavor attack on Haven.
Sorry, the blood bond.
Yeah,
Oh,
he still has
yeah.
control of the house essentially.
Yeah. Sorry, going through. I watched the recording from last week on like 2 times speed. So now every time like I have to think about it, I have to like slow it down in my head.
So, as you say, he's been looked better. I have been looking better, yes. Many things have been weighing on me, and I have been weighing on many things. But I am very old, and things that I things I am doing now are things that will be paying off later. Yes.
That's the plan.
I'll nod. Thought there was something I was going to ask, but I don't remember. That's fine. So I'll produce the book, and I'll open it.
So kind of open it in front of him so he can read.
Yes.
So there is this weird sort of, you don't feel anything changing, but it's like reorienting, like you're looking a different direction, and everyone is now up on a little bit of a raised piece of land to where, because he's like 20 feet tall and he's also suspended above ground. So you get pulled basically up to where you're basically at the level, like your head is at the level of where his heart is.
Right.
So that when you open up the book, he can actually see it from a somewhat reasonable distance.
And as I'm opening the book, I guess I'll try to find the one that Selman used when she was sort of translating the ritual that's on his heart. And I'll say, the runes in this book appear similar to some of the runes written on you, but it is still incomplete, so we do not know the nature of the bindings upon you, how to break them. But perhaps a more complete understanding of them will lend to their removal.
You see him smile and like try to shake his head and then immediately wince when it doesn't, when moving at all is obviously very painful. And then he says, "It will never cease to amaze me, the ingenuity of mortals, yes? You are seeing a thing that should not be seen, seeing a thing that should be private, but you have made wonderful strides indeed, more than I could have believed when I made my pact with you. But yes, you have found something written by the same hand as that which wrote upon me, although he does not use such flowery words when he writes on his enemies." So you can see his eyes kind of quickly glance through the page, and while he doesn't give you the translation, he's looking at it like someone who could pretty clearly read what's on the page.
Telepathically, Juan, are you back?
Did she say she had to go AFK for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, if I'd known, I wouldn't have popped back in.
No, it's
Not
okay. If she
wasting.
asks about it, I'll just say it didn't seem relevant to share it with you prior to this moment.
Nice.
I caught the tail end of that.
So we open the book to Al-Shaib. He can read it. He said he's astounded that we've made such progress.
Yes,
and found
we
something
have.
that's private, and he's surprised we made
Can
it as
read
far
it.
as we did, basically, on our pact.
Oh, nice.
So telepathically, I want to ask one for a clarification. because I believe that there was a time where we were discussing Al-Shaib, and I was asking who had bound him or how he had gotten bound. And am I recalling correctly that you said when you mention the Ifrit
Hmm.
or whatever his name is, that Al-Shaib gets angry?
Yes.
Okay.
Al-Shaib referred to him as a trickster.
But he told you his name,
Uh-huh.
and he told you that he was an Ifrit?
Hmm.
Okay. It appears that the Ifrit is the person that wrote this book of poetry.
Hmm. I thought that would be the case.
So you can see that even though Al-Shaib is obviously very weakened and in pain, that his spirit at least seems to be decently high.
So, was he able to complete the codex for us then, so we can translate the runes and the ritual?
We haven't asked.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to ask?
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. Nope. Go ahead.
No, what were you
Ask.
gonna say?
I was gonna RP it, but I'm also eating. So, if you wanna just answer, that's cool too.
I was just gonna say that he kind of reads through the page, and then as you speak, he doesn't look at you. He looks like he's still looking at the page, but you can definitely tell that you've got his attention. Mostly it's just like Al-Shaib is a lot more immobile and a lot more emotionless than he has been the past few times we've talked to him.
Hmm.
But what do you want to say?
Okay. Al-Shaib, if you can help us, if you can complete this codex, we can better understand these rituals that bind you. If we understand these rituals that bind you, we may be able to fulfill the pact.
You see him kind of look very slightly over at the codex that you're holding. And he says, "My friends, if you are able to leave it here with me, I will have it completed as soon as I am able. Right now I am unable to fulfill my part of any bargain, and even something that should be so simple will be beyond my reach. Once I have recovered some, however, it will be a simple matter. I will be able to help my friends. It will be a great step. A step for mortals that I am interested to see where it leads, yes?" So
So
basically,
yeah.
go ahead. If you leave it here, as soon as he's able to, he'll complete the codex.
Okay. So telepathically, let me ask, or maybe just out of character, but Morin, you're able to. Don't you have like a thing where you can make copies of things easily?
Yes, I can copy text.
So can we make a couple copies of the codex and leave one with Al?
That would probably how big is the codex?
It's like 200 pages. It's going to take a little while.
200 pages? Okay.
Well, the
So
other thing
it'll
I was
take
thinking,
only 2,000 minutes for me to copy it.
wow. I was thinking we could tell Al like Physic is here. He knows the codec well. He just needs what was it he needed? He needed someone who can actually speak it and help with a bit of the translation so he can finish it. Which is
But he
why we
doesn't
brought
trust
Physic.
him.
Yeah.
Right. But
I'm gonna-
if he can even talk to him, that might be enough. Not bring him here, but just talk.
Ibn al-Shaib, what is this taint of sanctuary on Physic?
The Ifrit, whose name I will not speak here, he has infiltrated many things. And the way that he has done these things, my friends, is that he has positioned himself in a way that anyone that touches the beacon of sanctuary is corrupted, changed. He can reach out and feel something of them. It is weak, but if this one is brought into my presence or made truly aware of me, I believe it could be enough that he could reach out through it and see me.
This is how you were able to speak with Shadowman, is it not?
He doesn't respond to that. Out of character, by Shadowman, do you mean your patron?
Shadowmantle?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you said Shadowman, and I was like, I don't.
Oh.
Shadowman.
no, Shadowmantle.
Yeah.
I heard the same as well, and my
I
first
might have
thought
cut
was
out.
like,
Sorry, guys.
my first thought was like the internet historian, Raid Shadowman here.
Today's D&D is sponsored by Raid Shadowman.
Raidy Shady. Sorry.
But yeah, if you bring up Shadowmantle, he's not going to respond. He definitely heard you, but he doesn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
So basically what he's going to say is, if you bring this in here, if you leave it here, he will complete it when he has the power to do so. He does not want to speak, doesn't want this guy to really be truly aware of him for fear of discovery.
Right.
Got it.
So what to do? What next?
So, telepathically, shall we leave it here?
Yeah, I don't think we have much of a choice.
I agree.
The only concern I have is the potential that if he can speak the language, so presumably he can read all of the rituals on him. So I feel like this is unlikely, but I don't think leaving the codices here is going to mean that he can free himself.
But we're also trying to free him, even if he frees himself. Like, if we handed him the key that allowed him to free himself, that's still good?
Some of
way?
us are trying to free him.
But the book isn't a book of rituals. It's to understand the rituals. So the book doesn't really help him with the rituals. Right?
So to be clear, there are two different books being discussed. So one of them is a book of poetry, and the other one is a book of ritual language that you can't really read it like a book. It's a focus for comprehend language.
Right. But it's not a focus for the rituals on him. It's just about understanding.
Yes, it's just a focus for comprehend language.
So leaving this book with him, all it could do is help him understand a language he already knows, or read some dirty poetry in a language he already knows.
Okay. Then I'm happy to leave it here.
Yep.
And we can take the poetry back, give it to Physic. Unless somebody wants it for private reading.
A steamy romance novel.
Well, no one can read it yet.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And so then I'll say Ibn al-Shaib, are there processes on this ship that could make you more comfortable? Or are there actions that have been taken that have led to your worsening?
Any actions I take that are helping me do these things. I still can't keep the accent. It's bothering me so much. So he'll say, any actions I take weaken me if I reach outside my realm, and I've done much of that lately. Nothing has specifically injured me. I need time. I need to meditate.
Okay. So it's not like the ship is draining him of power.
He's been doing a bunch of stuff,
Mhm.
and he's basically saying he has a very finite amount of resources to work with.
Yeah.
Mm.
So then I'll kind of like motion around at the landscape, and I'll say, "This is quite different from the last time we met, no?"
It is a different place, yes. A place I wish to not be seeing. But
To not be
it is what they
seeing
thought.
or seen.
Seeing. He does not want to be seeing this place.
Okay.
But it's what they saw. Before they knew of what things were. Before they knew of where they were and where they had been. When they were taking their first steps on the plains, they went to these places, and it left a mark on them. The mark is fading, but it is still there.
You talking about us?
Talking specifically about One and Phil, because Filibuster is still there. And I'll ask One, do you understand? Like, the character probably understands what he's saying. Do you, as the player, understand what he's talking about?
No, I don't think I do.
Do you remember why Al Shaib's realm looked like a frozen forest the first time you saw him?
Was
He
it?
explained
It was.
it.
I mean, I know it was connected to the Feywilds, right?
It was connected to that place that you guys went to, where you met the woman trapped in ice.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's basically saying, I don't want to see this place anymore, but this is what I associate some of you with.
Gotcha.
And you can sort of tell there's a little bit of admission of like, maybe he would change it if he had the strength to do it, but he doesn't have the strength to change a bunch of things at whim.
Gotcha.
Ibn al-Shaib, I thank you for your time and attention.
Yes, my friends, are you done with me? Back to where you should be.
Make it so.
You see his eyes go from you to One. Nothing happens when you say make it so. He's staring directly at One.
Yes, Al Shaib. Thank you for your help. We will return for the Codex when it is complete. You may return us to our realm.
A command uttered, a command followed. The master is pleased. One of three. You all vanish and reappear on the ship.
What?
What? So you can like straight up command Al.
Yes, so.
But one of three? Is he
Yes,
saying like
so.
that's one of three commands, or one? Are you one of?
Oh, yeah, cause like right, yep.
Oh,
mhm.
yeah. Like standard genie stuff.
Well, but that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I don't know.
So in the split second before you disappeared, Al Shaib didn't look weakened. He still looked trapped, but that sort of image of him as a muscular man, as kind of holding himself up, that image of what you saw him as the first time, flashes in front of you for just a second before it vanishes. And when you reappear, there's a little bit of kind of a tingling after effect of power around you. You've seen Al do a couple of things by now, and that felt like it had a lot more oomph in it. Like both the teleporting the whole group into his area and teleporting you away felt very I guess you could say clean. So normally it's like he's kind of pulling at strings, right? He's using a very small amount of power. That felt very powerful, and when this kind of wave of heat and smoke when you reappear, it's noticeable and more drastic than the other times you've seen Al do this to people.
So, is just thinking aloud to the group, is somehow us giving him commands and him following the commands somehow resolving a pact or a binding on him, and that gives him more power? Like, basically, he's done good, and therefore he gets more freedom or power?
It may be that fulfilling requests is in his nature. And as we have seen with Clotho and Aegis, when he operates within his nature, he is given strength. Or it may be that he is playing us for fools.
Oh, yeah.
So, where to now? Well, I guess
So Physic is still in the room, right?
Physic is a little freaked out. He's no longer in the room. He went back on deck when you guys all vanished.
Okay.
I was just looking for a map real quick, just so I can put you guys on the deck, on the ship. Whoa, probably should remove my tokens.
Wait. Why are we surrounded?
It's just where I was placeholders for all the tokens I was using.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Placeholders for all
Sure.
the things that are going to kill us.
Well, I mean, if you guys saw it before I deleted it, it was all the things that are at Hardhome.
Yeah.
It was easier to sort on this map. So you guys are back on deck. Physic looks very startled and is being calmed down by your friendly neighborhood boatswain, who was letting them know with assurance that, of course, the command crew will return. They have had other business.
Good boatswain.
So I'll walk up to Physic and hold out the copy of the poetry, and I'll say, our friend will complete the codex, of which you will receive a copy, but we will have no further use of your poetry.
So he takes the book. Okay, yeah. Oh man, I've now lost Physic's voice. Damn it.
And I want to go back and talk to Al-Shaib real quick too.
Thanks.
Just back and forth.
Yeah,
Have we
alright,
talked to Hadrai recently?
See, some of the voices are easier to get in than others, right? So Physic's not that hard to get into. All right, yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff going on here. I got my book back. Well, her book back, and if you're looking to get us some translations, I think I'll be taking my leave. You can tell he looks very uncomfortable all of a sudden. Well, since you've disappeared, of him being on the ship.
Mm-hmm. Quickly before you go, you have been to Sanctuary before, yes?
Born and raised. Not that really matters much anymore, the bastards.
Is the Sanctuary Beacon something that Morin would have had much encounter with prior to my little adventure?
You know of it, but probably not like interfaced with it.
Right. Okay. Physic, what can you tell me about Sanctuary's Beacon? And
It's a powerful one.
why you might have a lingering connection to it?
A lingering connection to the Signet Royal at Sanctuary? I don't. I mean, I've used it several times. Everyone has. It's docked there. And I used to do a lot of work for the city. But lingering connection, that might be speaking a little bit too highly of myself. I know my way around. I can get through things in the docks, can get to ports and things like that, and accessing all kinds of stuff around the city with the beacon. I'm good with it. But lingering connection might be taking it a step too far.
our speaker of ancient Ignan primordial could detect this connection, which made him untrusting of you. So, in the absence of your codex, perhaps you could explore this connection and what it might mean.
So he looks like he's about to say something, and then he stops, and he says, "Well, he looks up and sees the giant flaming ring around the ship. I'm not one to be saying anything against any fiery friends of yours by any means. But let's just say, if there's a connection that he feels, then it's not something I'm familiar with, not a piece I'm aware of, and not an intentional slight against anyone who might be around." He kind of like says to the air around him.
Mm-hmm. Of course, just a scholarly enigma amongst friends.
Yeah, great. Those. I'm not going to light on fire and disappear, right? That's a you thing, right?
We lit
It's
on fire?
reserved.
He doesn't want to see you.
Good, right. I don't. Well, I mean, I don't specifically not want to see him. I just the whole process looks a little. I might be needed on my ship.
Of course. I'll kind of like wave my arm to the spin disc that'll take it back.
Okay. So in character, from his perspective, right? You guys walked into a room, and then all of you guys disappeared in a puff of fire and smoke, and left him by himself in the command room. And then he looks very obviously freaked out about that.
Yep.
I mean, still not the strangest thing on the ship.
It's the strangest thing he's seen on the ship.
Is the body of the beholder still just kicking about? We could take him to see that.
He's going back to his ship, going back to the flotilla with all
Oh,
speed.
guys. Fucking, Griffel just looks over at the paintings.
What?
You remember all the dead bodies in there?
Yes. They're still there.
We were like, we should do something about that, and then we did nothing about it.
It's
Yeah,
one of those things of like,
Oh, that's what those two powder boys could do.
Whoa!
Oh my god.
I don't think that. Fuck, we totally should. Can we because now it's gonna look super suspicious with like all the crew members.
Yeah, we just start dragging Genasi bodies out of the captain's quarter and tossing them overboard.
I like that having two small pocket dimensions full of corpses is one of those things that's like, taking out the trash that you mean to do it, but you get distracted, and it's like it's on your to-do list, but you never get around to it.
Oh man, I was supposed to wait for the council trash collection, and then I just forgot. I need to. It's pilot. We need to deal with that.
It's only once every quarter too. Damn it.
That will,
I
of course,
mean-
never be a problem ever.
That's we have a furnace dragon elemental. I'm sure if we just stick it in there, this
Just want to
problem
cremate them in the dragon.
will disappear.
Cremating bodies
Morin has a
smells
slight
so
smile.
bad.
Morin has a slight smile when one corrects herself.
So he spins down. Is there anything else that you wanted to do at the flotilla?
No.
So was it physics eyes that you saw through for that
No.
vision? No.
It was the first mate.
Oh, the guy who doesn't like us.
He doesn't like anybody.
He didn't seem like he specifically hated you all, but he was very hungover when you guys came to the ship the first time, and yeah.
And we embarrassed him, didn't we?
Yes. So, yeah. Anything else you guys wanted to do? Any next steps?
I have concluded the business I have with the flotilla.
I am satisfied.
Same.
Out of character. So I think you said this, Gary, but what happened with the rod going cold? Because I think you said it was going to happen at some point in that day, but is there?
So it happened yesterday.
Okay.
And everyone got the vision. And me as the DM, I am like,
I know you're going to write the vision.
I have them written, but I don't feel confident that they are properly edited and have the pieces that I really want to have. And I try not to change anything after I give it to you guys.
That's totally fine. I'm more interested in like when did the rod go cold? Like was anything like was it just at what time of day? Because I feel like that matters. I feel like when it goes cold is when the thing actually happens. So I guess I'm trying to like put a timeline like what else was happening that was like the different thing.
So what I would say is that because when we had previously talked, you made a point of figuring out as much information about the time of day that your vision happened on when you were on the flotilla. Because that was one of the big notes that you ended up talking to me about. And your character, when they first woke up, was like, all right, identifying things, what time of day, that sort of stuff. What you will recognize is that it happened at the same time of day. So the connection that you might be able to make from it is that might have been when the vision was supposed to occur, right? So it's like, this is a vision of Tuesday, August the 12th at 5 p.m. And then when that happens, when you get to Tuesday, August the 12th at 5 p.m., that is when you got the next vision because of whatever reason. Maybe the other one altered, whatever happened. But it does seem to be when the point at which the vision happens is when the trigger typically happens for a new vision.
Yeah, right. Okay. So I had assumed that when we closed the portal, it was like that day. But what I'm hearing from you, it sounds like the Battle of Hardholm would have happened and then the flotilla would have died.
Correct.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. So then Physic feeling weird for the last several days is not related to his life being saved because that would have just happened yesterday. Oh, so he's been feeling weird maybe since, like I think Drock said like the portal closed or something.
Oh yeah, it's obviously to do with us.
Or a different thing. Okay, carry on.
Cool. So what's the next stop on the list? Because you guys previously had said there were 4 things you guys wanted to do. You wanted to go to the flotilla. You wanted to go and talk to Mstislav. You wanted to drop off Brain still at 3 Trees, and then you wanted to go to the Stormhorns. There is sort of a direct 1, 2, 3, 4 connection you can make. You guys can teleport, so it's not necessarily, you don't have to necessarily go in that order, because even though that's sort of the map order, right? So what's the question is what on your to-do list is next? Is it going to be one of those things where you're going to sort of change plans?
I don't have a preference, so I'll let you guys decide.
I'd like to chat with Mstislav and family. Is Stormhorns is whose vision?
Phil's?
So I feel like he should be here for that portion.
Yeah.
That is one of the so like I said, he doesn't have a ton of stamina. Once we get to the Stormhorns, which is where his vision is, that is the point that I'm going to be like, hey, I think you should be here for. So
cool. When
we go to the Stormhorns, that is probably going to be the part where I give him a call.
Okay.
So you guys are out here, out at sea. Is the plan to take the port to Mstislav, which is kind of easier because it's a non-moving target? Easier to get to the flotilla, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Sure. One of many. Hook me up.
Yeah. 44.
So you can, if you want to, make it basically right above his house.
No.
But appearing nearby, once you get close again, you can see the area that is basically on the edge of your vision, the edge of the storm. And even from a distance, you can see that some of the hills and the mountains and things that are, because he's like right on the edge of the storm. Some of the hills and things are collapsing. There's landslides. There's just a lot of damage from the rain that you can see as soon as you guys start flying to the end of the edge of the storm. And while his house isn't washed out or anything, his area is not immune to the damage here. And there are these just huge torrents of water, these like creeks that probably were not any sort of waterway before that are now formed and rushing to collide with the ocean.
Is the house still standing?
The house is still standing, yeah.
Are there lights?
Sure. You guys are. This is like getting close on to 9 o'clock at night. So it's getting. Actually, it would have. Sunset would have happened while you guys were doing all the stuff with Physic.
Okay.
So it is now dark, and you see this, damage and stuff that's on the countryside and this continual rain.
Mm-hmm.
So there would be lights coming out of the small cottage.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to spin down there and see if I can talk to Mstislav.
Would you like us to come with you?
Yes, please.
I nod.
So, I'll kind of like walk up to about the same location I was at before. And do I get that magical ping?
Yeah, you get the same thing. Like you're not certain, but you feel like as soon as you come out of the spin, it's like that he might have a ward or might have something that detects magic nearby the household. Because you can hear and see movement inside the house pretty much as soon as you guys come out of the spin.
Yeah. And it's like raining and stuff still, right?
It's still pouring down rain, yeah.
Okay. So I'll call out towards the house. Lord Sovar, Lady Poeth, I trust you avoided the our blue dragon friend. It is I, Morin.
So he opens the door, steps out again. This time he's a lot less wary. He doesn't have his sword drawn. And his first thing that he says is, "You knew this magic of yours. You knew. I'm listening. What do you really want?"
My colleagues and I have been receiving visions such as these. And what?
I want to do a really small aside. I know this is going to be a little break of the role play stuff, which everyone is doing great with this week. I will say that he's going to kind of keep a non-accent because the voice I was using for Mstislav annoyed, like when I was practicing it annoyed my wife so much that she had me change it. She's like, "You can't keep doing that. It's too annoying."
Can you
What
give
was
us
the
a
voice?
small?
I don't
Yeah,
remember.
can you give us
Yeah.
a small sample to remember it, and then you can stop doing it?
It was just like a really. I'll try to do it. I'll give me a second to get in. I'll try to do it for just a second, then I'll get back out of it.
Okay, sorry. We're just putting him through his paces today.
Right?
A brush with death that changes a person, sometimes including their accent.
Yeah. Witnessing a dragon changes a person.
So get me back into what we're talking about because I was practicing on the voice, not on what we're talking about. Sorry. So he comes out and says, "You knew somehow.
Yep.
You knew."
My colleagues and I have been receiving many visions, such as the one I shared with you, and we do not understand why they are important or why they are leading us where they are, but they keep occurring, and we seek to understand why.
Well, you have come with understanding to fix problem, and I have problem as well. But you have brought your problem to mine and made it to where my family is safe. So, what is it you are trying to get from this? Tell me.
I think. Hold on.
This is
This
not a very
may.
good version of it, but this is as close as I can get quickly.
Russian. She hates your Russian accent.
It's like a cheesy Russian accent, yeah.
It's skeevy.
It's supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be.
This may be the first time that we have identified a potential get from these visions. We were just at Hardhome, or actually, may we come inside? Sorry, didn't mean to laugh while saying that. Let me launch into a soliloquy out in the pouring rain.
So he says, I'm not going to do the accent now because it's going to be even worse than when I was practicing it. So he says, come in out of the rain. I've a sending from someone I trust that says you are at least worth listening to. So he turns around and says stuff and kind of allows you guys to come in. His hut is small. Like, it's going to be very crowded with all of you all in there. And kind of as you guys come in, he sends he sends Poeth and Hanya, his wife and son, he sends them to the smokehouse, which is sort of off the map to the left a little bit. So he sends them away so that he can talk to you guys.
Okay. So in response to him saying that he received a sending, I'll say, then Lady Thuana robbed me of the pleasure of sending you her regards.
So he kind of nods at that. And says, I would have to get used to her being called a lady, but anyways, people change. So you came here, you saved me, you've done this thing, and you think that I might be important to your plans. I'll tell you straight off, I have no real means of returning to Endeavor. I don't want my old seat, not with all it entails. I'd prefer if I could just live out my time in peace here.
Why did you choose not to hand off your blood pact? It seems to me this would have made your life much easier.
Well, pretty simple and straightforward thing, really. I didn't have anyone at the time I trusted to resurrect me.
A selfish reason. This is good to know.
He shrugs. The pact is magically passed to the true heir of each house. It would pass to my sister on my death, but I didn't feel much like dying that day.
I nod.
Did Thuana tell us? So does the person have to die to pass the blood bond?
Didn't tell us.
She didn't tell you that it has to be, but from what he's saying, that seems like it's the case.
Okay. All right. Our most recent vision, Mstislav, Lord Mstislav, is of Haven. Or actually, no. Back up. Sorry. One's question threw me off. Lord Sovar, can you tell me why you decided to free Thawana?
So he takes a deep breath and he says, my mother, my father, most of the other people in charge of things didn't respect me. I got into too many fights, got into too many brawls. I fucked too many women without courting them properly. I did all kinds of things in my youth that I shouldn't have done. But all that can be forgiven. All that wiped under the table. But he gestures vaguely towards the smokehouse. When I did something that they truly found distasteful, all of the gilding on everything wore off really fast. All their bullshit came to light for what it really was. And when my father failed in his attempt to correct my mistakes and didn't understand that I was more than a match for him now, you have to understand, he loved everything being just so, just under his thumb, just everything in its place. And having my pronouncement, having the passing of the house come to me, and in that moment, rather than honoring myself, honoring my father, doing some sort of grand proclamation with the will of the house behind me, when I assumed the role of the head of house, my act was to release his favored servant, the one that he'd grope and fondle when the others weren't looking, the one that he'd poured all of our family secrets into. Well, he wasn't in his grave yet, but I fucking kicked him so he'd roll over anyways.
Why not release the rest of your subservience?
I don't know how. They're right about one thing. Me just burning through money and women was fun, but I didn't really get to learn a whole hell of a lot about some things. But I knew enough that when the bond passed to me, I could release someone that I could see. But the rest of the bond, it's not something I understand very well. It's in me, yeah, but I don't really control it the same way. I never had access to anything really. I've got a spirit, but the spirit doesn't like that bond inside of me. Even Poeth doesn't really understand exactly what this connection is or how to really use it. In that moment, I just sort of intuited releasing it, but I could release the person I could see. There are hundreds of elves bound to me. If I wanted to release them right now, which, hell, I'd do it, I don't know how.
The most recent vision that I have received. The first saved your life. The second one may save the city of Haven. Endeavor plans to attack Haven. And my colleagues...
He gets this like confused look on his face as soon as you say that.
Confused look on his face?
Yeah.
And my colleagues and I seek to understand how they might do so.
Why would the council attack their own city?
Haven does not belong to Endeavor anymore.
He kind of breathes in through his teeth for a second. All right. Well, I guess you miss certain things being here on the ass end of nowhere. How would they attack the city? I imagine they'd bombard it. Pull in some allies and get in there, get dirty. Send in the Red Arms to go and take out anyone important first. Then bring whatever disposable troops or allies they could in next. And if anything needed to happen, they'd bring in proper council troops and mages. It's a simple battle tactic, but it usually works.
We know that they seek to hire a ghoul army from the baronies, or perhaps other vampires.
He sort of makes a, look in his face like, an expensive option, but probably very likely to succeed. Those ghouls are... I saw a demonstration once when I was a kid. Ugh. Disgusting things, but one hell of a hard thing to put down. Get a whole group of them, a battalion properly trained in warfare, back them up with some people that know exactly what needs to not be eaten. Yeah, it'd be expensive, but it'd get the job done. I don't really know if there's anything that I could do about any of that.
So Morin remembers that the duel that killed his father took place like 12 years ago. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when did Haven become a free city?
Like 3 years ago?
Oh, it's recent.
Yeah, it's very recent.
Okay.
So what the rest of the group learned... actually, I'll ask this to the group rather than me explaining it. So one, what did you guys learn about kind of the other cities, feeling about Haven, and what was going on with the Haven ambassador when you guys were in the vampire court? Do you remember?
Yeah. So Haven being free is sort of such a new thing that nobody was really willing to ally with them. It's kind of like most other political entities were waiting to sort of see how things played out before they pissed one side off or the other.
Yeah, and basically the Endeavor thought they would be able to come in and immediately just take back over. They were rebuffed, and then when that happened, that's when sort of the Endeavor called on Grace as allies, and then in court they found out from the ambassador of Grace that due to the rising tensions with the Genasi, Grace did not have any forces that they could spare at this time to help them with their internal conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people gave similar sort of diplomatic answers of you kind of have to deal with your own shit, and waiting to see if the Free City of Haven would maintain as the Free City of Haven, because if it does, it's sort of an economic powerhouse.
Mm-hmm.
So Grace and Sanctuary have animosity towards one another?
Grace and Nexus have animosity towards one another. It's the other Genasi city that's far to the west. And Nexus and Sanctuary are supposed to be allies.
Okay.
Lord Sovar, is my understanding correct that if we deduce the way for you to use your blood bond to free the elven slaves, you would be amenable to this course of action?
Kind of runs his hand through his hair and says, I mean, maybe. Thing is, when I was a kid, they raised us to believe, to understand that the bonding of the elves helped them. When they came to us, they were all dying off. They were withering away, and being bound to our vitality, our life essence, is what kept them into being a people. And then by serving us, they were repaying the debt of saving their people from extinction. It's been a long time since I thought like that, and I know someone that's not bound anymore and is still alive. But I don't know. Is it all lies? Is there some truth? Is there something in there that maybe if I break the bond entirely, that all of them will die anyways? And what of my sister? She'll lose everything. The house will vanish overnight. I don't know.
Wow. Fucking Griffle specifically doesn't have anything to say, but man, getting some very strong real world parallels right here. Top notch world building, Gary. Good job.
Lord Sovar, as you can see, I am Eladrin. For reasons we will not get into, I do not remember much of my past. I believe that if I did, I would give you a much more impassioned speech. But although we do not remember our past, and we do not remember the pain of our clan, who are currently enslaved in all but name to the gnomes of prosperity, I believe that your thinking is false. I believe that while Endeavor may have endeavored to help the elves in name, I believe that this was a selfish cause. I believe that the gains of Endeavor are built on the suffering of others. I believe that the elves should be made free to make their own choices.
He nods along with what you're saying, and then he says, "And are you willing to put hundreds, thousands of lives on the line for that belief? That there's no truth in the blood bond, that their people didn't wither like yours did. They didn't need something to find solace. Yes, maybe we took advantage of something. Maybe there is a better balance that can be seen, but removing the bond entirely, I don't think I could live with the decision if this feeling of freedom, of helping these people, would immediately turn to ash in my mouth if I watched them just disintegrate as a people." And
We
then
appreciate. Oh yeah,
the
go
DM
ahead.
needs like 2 minutes. So if you guys want to take a break, give me like
Okay.
3 minutes. I need to do lights with my daughter.
No problem.
BRB.
Okay, BRB.
I think a couple people stepped away. List.
Huh?
Sorry, I was talking to Ronan, but I'm like copy pasting things, so I hit like my push to talk.
Gotcha.
Still working on macros. It's kind of like work where I'm like programming and on meetings constantly. But I'm done.
What do you do? What do
all
you do
but
for
two.
work?
Oh, I'm a software engineer. I program a system that tracks rail cars.
Cool.
Yeah, it sounds cool. It's a lot of database work. It's pretty boring.
Yeah.
It's neat though.
I mean, I know enough about it to know how these things can seem interesting, and then you get into the weeds of it, and it's like, it's just more code base.
Right?
So Foxy, you like in the talk with the former slaver?
I'm okay. I feel like I have to tell the story really quick because y'all probably don't know this about me, but I am indigenous. So I'm like, I'm from New Zealand, and the indigenous people of New Zealand are the Maori, and I have like pretty significant like Maori heritage. Like all my cousins on my like mum's side of the family are all like super brown. And like my sister is like less brown because my like bio dad was white as fuck. But like even she's kind of like light brown, right? And then I'm just like white as fuck because I have albinism. So like there's this like albino kid running around with all my like brown like siblings and cousins and stuff. And it's like the weirdest thing. But here's the thing, right? Having recently traveled to the US and like spent time fucking around in Florida with two black guys, as a very white presenting person, like obviously I like there's no way that anybody looking at me would know that I have any kind of like BIPOC, like that nobody would know that all my family's brown. They just look at me and they're like, "Oh, you're a white person, right?" And like but the racism hits different. So like in New Zealand, the racism has a very different flavor than the racism that's like obviously because it has a different history, it's a different country, they're at like a different stage of like everything like I expected it to be different. I just didn't expect it to be that different. And one of the things that happened while I was like fucking around with like my two mates is we went into this like fancy fucking restaurant because I was like, you guys have like come all this way to like help me kick around America and like not be worried and be blind in a foreign country by myself. So we went to this fancy restaurant and we'd come from Todd's Memorial, so we were all dressed quite nicely, right? Like we're in fucking like we're in like business clothes basically. And we walk into this fancy restaurant at like 5:15. They'd only just opened. They opened up at 5, and there was like no table, like nobody in there, nobody at tables, and no reservation signs on any of the tables or anything. And I walk in and I'm like, "Hey, have you got a table for 3?" And the concierge is just like, "Oh, we can seat you outside." And I look at the guys and I'm like, it's a nice night. It's like it's nice and cool. Why don't we sit outside? And then we get outside and they're like laughing about something and I'm super confused. I'm like, is everything okay? Like what's funny? And they're like, oh Foxy, we just got seated outside. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, no, Foxy, we got seated outside. And I'm like, wait, is this a fucking race thing? And they're like, yeah, you walk in with two black guys, you get seated outside. I'm like, no way. This is fucking wild to me.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's a thing.
It's just like, is this really like for real? This is a thing? And they're like, yeah, this is totally a thing. They're like, if you go to a fancy place, they won't seat you inside. I'm like, hey, like, no fucking way. And then the whole rest of the time, I was just like hyper vigilant of like, is this a race thing? Is this a race thing? Is this a race thing as well? And then like, it was just so fucking weird to me. And then the more I thought about it, the more I'm just like, man, you guys' history with racism is like so different and so strange to me. Like, don't get me wrong, New Zealand is hella racist as well, but they're racist in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm kind of just like, I'm having like massive like, this is like, oh, you know, the slaves loved their little cottages and working the land kind of.
All right.
And they
So
were treated very kindly.
is the recording back on?
It is. I might want to edit this all out.
I mean, no, you can leave it in. Like, I mean, it's relevant to the story, right? These are definitely the themes I'm trying to evoke with Lord Sova.
I will leave it to Foxy. If you are okay with this being in, I'll leave it in. If not,
No, I'm good.
Okay.
You can leave it in. It's good context. No, this is how racism actually propagates, though. It's like, oh yeah, they wanted to be slaves, though.
Yeah, no, and it totally fits. I just personal stories I have to ask, right?
Too good.
So we kind of just went with, he says, you know, he doesn't feel like he could do it. And then we had to kind of pause. And you had a response, but I had to step away to go and put Tiny Human to bed.
Yeah. Lord Sovar, I understand your concern. Um, we would, in investigating the blood bond, we would also find it prudent to investigate these claims. We would also not wish to be responsible for the death of thousands.
He says, so you understand the problem, and you think you might be able to find some sort of solution. Are you gonna leave me be here, or what do you want from me? I can't just let them all go. Even if it wouldn't just immediately kill them, I don't even know how to do it.
Yes, we have a vested interest in your safety. Are you safe here?
He says, well, I just saw a dragon land and destroy something not 100 yards from here. And then another one came and fought over some fish on the shore. So, as safe as anyone can be, where two dragons can plop out of the sky and cause problems on any given day?
I nod.
He says, then eventually, one of the red arms will get sent for me, or will be sent to scout out something, and someone else will be sent in their place. And when that comes, I'm good, but I'm not immortal. So what do you want to say to him?
I'm
will
like
say
holding
that
up a
while
glass,
you guys are
pretending to drink water while we have this TP conversation.
while you're having this conversation, you can tell that as he kind of he stays standing on the far end of the cottage and he does give you guys a place to sit and gives you guys water. You can tell that as he kind of glances around as you guys are doing stuff, he might not be able to hear your telepathic conversation, but he can kind of tell that there is a conversation going on that he's not privy to. So he's probably somewhat familiar with sort of telepathic conversations. And what you guys have learned from nobility and nobles, the fact that there are scions and people with psionic ability in the nobility is very, very common.
I will notice him noticing this, and I will say, Lord Sovar, it seems you notice I am psionic. We are discussing the possibility of inviting you onto our ship to keep you safe while we research the blood bond. If you die and the bond reverts to your sister, this is counter to our aims.
The same shift that did the stunt at Hardholm.
It was not a stunt, but yes.
He smiles. Yeah. I imagine you went in there and pulled a Lugosi just for no reason. Sure, not a stunt. Well done. I'm not saying it's bad, but from what I've heard, it was quite the presentation.
What's a
But you saved my
Lugosi?
life. You didn't have to do anything, and I would have been in some dragon's belly already. I think you've got some other game you're playing, but you're right. If you wanted the bond passed to my sister, all you had to do was nothing. I'll come along.
Very good.
He kind of thinks about it for a second, says, one thing though. You have to understand, my wife, my son, that's the important bit to me. So whatever happens, they're sticking with me, staying close. I'm not going to be leaving them behind, and if this bond needs some other kind of blood, it's not my son's blood we're taking for it.
You said you have a
Yes.
sister?
I have a sister that's the heir to the house, according to the magic, for 2 years.
Why is your son not?
He's not old enough. Not yet. But when he comes of age, if I die, it passes to him, not her. If I die beforehand, it'll pass to her, and then the next down the line, it'll skip my son, which honestly might be for the better. But I've heard of some rituals with the blood bond, with other members of the blood being folded into the pact, and just making it clear, if that's the line, I'm not crossing it.
Understood. Now, is there going to be, or would Morin be aware of any problem with an orc human couple on a crew full of orcs in the Reach?
It's probably gonna be weird.
Okay.
So it's not going to be the same level of problem that it would be if your crew was wholly human. But you didn't see any half orcs when you were in Hardhome.
Okay.
Yeah, so he agrees that if that's agreeable to you all, then him and his wife and son will come along. We'll spin up to the ship.
That is agreeable to me.
Yep, I'm good.
So he, once you guys agree, he nods, and when he nods, his whole body sort of shifts. Like the colors on his body go strange, the lines in the room start to fade, and you feel very cold for a moment. The rods activate, and the vision that was felt by one is experienced by all. So I will share with you guys the vision that was given to a single individual previously, which I think is Morin, right? The vision of Haven.
Yes.
Yes. So Morin's vision of Haven will be posted for everybody at the end of session today.
Okay.
The previous vision that I got?
Yes. So the one that you got previously that was just for you, this time, and it seems like Sovar making the choice to go along the ship triggers the vision to be for everybody else.
Is that good or bad?
Yes.
Thanks, one. That's, yeah. I mean, best answer you could give, but thanks.
So he'll go get his wife and kid, and they will come back in the house and very quickly pack up. It takes them maybe 15 minutes to get all their stuff in order, and you can sort of tell that to some degree he was expecting to leave. Maybe not this way, maybe in a different way, but they had like heavy backpacks that were all covered. They had food set aside. They were ready for a trip. Maybe not this. Maybe they were planning on relocating since they'd been found, but they were ready. They were kind of already 1 foot out the door.
Ooh. So as we're approaching the spin disc to go back up, I'm going to say, I'm going to turn to the three of them and say, on board, we have a bound entity. This entity seeks to be freed, and many of us are seeking to release him from the bindings that he has. But I hope that I can take an oath with you that you will relay to me any conversations he may have with you if he wishes to speak with
He kind of narrows his eyes in the rain. So this friend of yours that you're trying to help free is on your ship, but isn't free. And if I talk with him, you want me to tell you what he tells me?
I mean,
Yes. Are you familiar with the Maharaji?
He just shakes his head. Should I be?
He is an ancient, very ancient elemental, bound by powerful magics that we simply do not understand.
Ah, well, then I guess my blood bond is added to a list.
It is. Yours is not the first bond of which we are trying to avail ourselves.
So so you're saying this, and then he sort of waves his hand awkwardly, and you can see sort of a puff of air around him. Yes, okay, sure, I will share. You can tell that his spirit was kind of whirling around him, talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys spin up on deck, and there's definitely some side eye being passed around from the crew when they see Hanya. They see his son, who looks like this.
Presumably a half orc, right?
He is a half orc, yeah.
Yeah.
So when they see that he's got a half orc kid, and it's pretty easy to be like human, orc, male, female, kid, connections made.
Mm-hmm.
There's some awkwardness, but nobody like jeers. Nobody's openly hostile, anything like that. What to next?
I'm going to just tell the boatswain that we have additional passengers. Do I notice him? Drak, you're not talking to yourself.
oops, sorry.
Do I notice the boatswain himself making any of these looks or reacting in any way?
You do see him reacting, but Garvu is not reacting negatively towards them, but you see him giving very disapproving looks and the occasional snapped word in giant to other people that are giving disapproving looks.
Yeah. So I'll just tell the boatswain, like, these are guests that we have. I expect you to keep the crew in line and alert us to any issues because it will not be tolerated. And I'll thank him for like calling out those people.
Any issues no be tolerated by me either. They be understanding they are part of one crew, and one crew be serving one set of officers. If the officers be bringing people aboard, that means these people be guests of officers. He's very clearly saying this in a way that is loud enough that everyone nearby can hear him, and he's talking to you, but he's projecting at three of the crew that are on deck.
Yeah.
And then he kind of turns to you and says in a slightly lower voice, "You do be understanding it is a new crew. I not be exactly under they not be exactly under my thumb quite yet, but I'll have them in order."
I'll nod.
And then he kind of gives a nod back, a little bit of that kind of peeled spear salute, and then he goes on and continues to talk a little bit to the people on deck, and then very quickly goes below decks, which you assume is probably him letting other people know ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, earlier though, when he was describing the crew, it sounded like he had known this crew for a while, but now he just said it's a new crew?
So he's served individually with everyone on the crew, or knows someone he trusts who has served with them. But as one unit, they're new. So it's yeah. So as one single crew, they are new, but each sailor individually is not a new person to him.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
So they get quarters down below, guest quarters. what next?
Saying that this is a pattern in our campaign, what is the actual number of people that we could hold on this ship?
Right? Because who do we have? So we have Hatterai too. He's still kicking about, right?
I'm almost positive it's on the ship printout.
Really want to make a Pokemon meme, like got to catch all the NPCs.
So we
80. You can have a crew of 80.
Plenty of room.
And we have what? How many came about with the
40-ish on board at the moment.
we have 30
Okay.
crew, Hatterai, Vertak,
us?
Sovar and family. That's 5. The 5 of us, including Sil.
As well as Argol and
41,
his son.
42, 43 people.
Yeah. You guys are not at full capacity, but it doesn't feel. This ship doesn't feel quite as big as it did when it was just you guys, but it also felt like this giant empty place when it was just the 5 of you.
Mm-hmm.
We're like just barely half full, though. It's totally fine.
Yeah, there's still plenty of room. So, where to next? If you're following with the previous sort of plan of things, the things in the list are to drop Sil off at Three Trees, and then to and also to go to the Stormhorns.
We should drop Sil off. I think that makes sense, right? Like you said, we can teleport, do things in any order. I think that's key to drop him off. And is there anything we want to ask Lord Stonetree? We could. I was thinking more like, do we want Aegis to protect Clotho as well, or do we think that's a bad idea still?
So Sil, if you guys are talking about, hey, we'll go do this thing, he would say that his vote is he would like to not be there with all the fanfare. He would like to be able to go to them and get a better look around the city. So he wants to scout out the whole city and see if anything's changed since you guys were there last. So his request is, unless you have a specific reason to go into the city, is to teleport above the storm, and he'll just float, like he'll just fly through the storm down.
Okay.
Because the cloak protects him from it.
Yeah, we can do that. That's fine.
So is that the plan? Does anyone have anything against basically porting above the city, dropping him off, and then porting away again?
Nope.
Sil's small enough; he'll just float down, right?
Yeah, that's what he's
Also
planning on doing.
wings.
Also,
I mean-
can you guys imagine like what our crew thinks? Brand new crew, teleport all over the place, pick up new people, teleport over a town, and one of the captains just jumps off.
One of the ship's officers just leaps off over above a storm and floats through, and you guys are like, "Bye!" Port away.
See you at Christmas.
To the crew, yeah, this is just a Tuesday.
Let's ignore the fact this is not how you guys were operating previously.
No, this is so different.
So port over to Three Trees. Again, the storm is there, although when you're above the storm, it's just this gigantic mass of black clouds. There's no real landscape, right? It's all uniform looking from above. And he just pops off and floats down through the thing, and you guys teleport again to the next spot. 1 second.
Out of session, Gary has to roll for all of Sil's attempts to explain why he's there, and I'm here to protect the child, and he just fails every social check along the way.
That would be really funny. Next, you'll have a escape from Three Trees side quest.
So I'd let him know that we're heading that way. If he doesn't, he does answer immediately. Sweet. Let me ask him real quick. Okay. He is going to at least join in and listen. So I'm going to give it a second for him to pop in, and then I'll do the description of the intraplanar transport. One, would you mind doing the 2 checks for me, please? One is going to be basically, the first check is basically how close you get to directly over top of the house. So that's a 40.
40.
You're good. And then the second one is the getting to the storm horns. So 39.
37.
30, yes, because that's math.
Mhm.
So I saw 37,
That
but I looked at the check results and it's 30 to 39. So like, okay, so it's that result.
Hey, no judgment.
It's really hard. I've learned over the years, it's really, really hard to read one number and say a different number.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So dropping everyone off and engaging the engine. As the engine kind of goes through, the ship's ring flattens, the shield comes on. When you get that initial report back, that destination thing that gives you the area where you normally do, I've skipped over a little bit the past few teleports, but you still get that same thing, Griffle, that sensation of you're going to get somewhere near the target, and there is this sort of rough outline of where things are, like where the ground is, where water is. This time when it goes through, you get this weird staticky thing that happens. And when the ship does its teleportation, you can feel the engines kind of firing a lot stronger than they should be. And there is this pull, this tug on the entire ship that Griffle, you can feel. So Griffle, you can feel that there's some sort of turbulence. And the ship is trying to get the pilot to adjust to be able to figure out what's happening. And it's like you're teleporting into something that isn't air, like it was expecting to teleport into air and it's not. So Griffle, what would your initial thing do? And but by default, this would be a dungeoneering check to sort of keep control of the ship as it's teleporting and things are not working the way it was expecting.
Yeah, I can make a dungeoneering check. Yeah.
So
14.
28 engineering, which I believe is 4 over hard DC.
29.
Wow, I can't read. 29. So 5 over hard DC. So you kind of see it go through, and then you feel the pull on the engines. You did an intraplanar transport, an intraplanar teleport. You didn't teleport to the same plane. So when you arrived at your destination, instead of landing somewhere in the prime, you landed on a different plane of existence. And around you is water everywhere. You landed under the water and you feel the teleportation still trying to latch on, but not really connecting appropriately. You don't suffer any damage. There's nothing harmful to the ship, but you can tell that the teleportation is kind of in the process of failing. You need to kind of push through whatever this disturbance is that's causing you to be rerouted to another plane.
Okay. Can I tell, do I have an idea in my head about like what plane we're on?
So as soon as you think that, Plucky responds, current location, elemental plane of water. And gives you a designation within the astral sea.
All right, okay.
Quick question. Was that Narsenhar's plane?
No.
No, he is in the wilds. The wilds is the plane that Narsenhar is on.
Okay. Can I? Oh, sorry.
Don't go
My
to
meds
sleep
make-
now. We
I'm
might die.
sorry. My meds make me really sleepy, like real drowsy. So like the migraine's gone, but like, oh man, the migraine hangover remains. Okay, so I am. First of all, I'm going to let everybody know. I'm like it's failing. We need to course correct. Can I just tell the ship to like intraplanar teleport back to the prime, but like somewhere other than the Stormhorns? Like if there's like difficulty for us getting there, could we teleport back to Three Trees?
You get the impression that you could definitely do that. And from that sort of mental map, that static that you got, it looks like it's pretty heavily localized around the Stormhorns. So you might also be able to enter planar transport to somewhere close to the Stormhorns, but going directly there seems to have caused whatever this interference is.
Okay, so can I reroute us back to somewhere, like back to just outside the area that's been affected by whatever this is?
Sure. So that would take a good dungeoneering check to get the job done.
Sorry, before we continue, I thought this was the teleportation over Three Trees. Am I wrong? Did we? This is
No,
the second one.
we're
Yeah,
going
this is
from Three Trees to the Stormhorns.
Okay.
And we've been
Yeah.
rerouted to the elemental plane of water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That makes a lot more sense. I was like, why is this by Three Trees? If it's
So
the Stormhorns, it kind of fits. Okay.
27 to get us back to the prime.
So with the 27, you feel the engines kind of firing again. It changes from being an intraplanar transport to being an interplanar transport and continues along, changing the destination. And you can feel the ship sort of hiccup, and very rapidly, the exterior of the shield starts to peel away. And you see for just a second the water start to like crush in on the ship, and then it vanishes, and you're in this open air that is incredibly cold, and there's just air in every direction. And you see on the mines, like on your mental radar with the beacon, that in 50 miles in all directions is air. There's no land, there's no water, there's nothing in every direction. And then you see a ton of things ping and light up on the radar for a second, not Leviathan, other powerful magical signatures, and then it vanishes again, and you see the cliffs of the wall of my brain's not working for a second, the mountain range that breaks the reach off from the rest of the continent. You see that ahead of you as the ship finally slams through whatever this turbulence is, and flies up in the air, lands in the prime material plane about a mile above the tree line. It's still cold, but it's not anything close to the cold that you experienced for just a second there, wherever you were. And you can see you're still under the storm. It's still pouring down rain, and you can see to the north the Stormhorns.
Okay. The barrier, the barrier collapsing, is that the like I'm going to turn all the ship systems off and then teleport, or was that the barrier actually failing?
The barrier was failing, and when you send something back to Plucky to ask that, it says barrier is not sufficient to protect against certain extreme pressures.
Right, the extreme pressure of the plane of water. So we basically had seconds to get out of there then.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes! Okay, and then can I'll ask Plucky, like, where were we just now before we landed in the prime?
Sensors indicate the plane of elemental air.
Yeah. All right, figures. Okay. Whew. All right. Wipe a bead of sweat off my forehead and look around and be like, I think we're good. Plucky,
Captain.
how long for? Sorry, Plucky, how long for barrier to regenerate?
Barrier should regenerate as energy levels are currently above warding levels required. Captain, emergency transportation was needed to reroute back to the prime material. It shows you the energy levels of the ship, and you're at 21%.
Okay.
What were we at
Wait.
before that? Like
38.
In the 40s, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you used 6% teleporting around, and another 2% to get to the Stormhorns, and then it ate more power.
Mhm.
Right, because so the way the emergency teleport works is the more power it takes, the less damage it does to the ship. And you can do it on like really low. I think you can do it on like 5% power, but you like take a shit ton of damage. So this is better because now that we're not containing the meatball, we'll regenerate pretty quick.
Yeah.
So this is fine.
And where did we actually end up on the map now, Gary? Can you show us?
You're basically where one's token is. That's where you guys are on the map.
So I only see us outside Mistislav's house.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry. Fix that.
Cool.
Aha.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks.
awesome. Whoa, our ship is like thousands of miles.
That's why we can hold 80
Amazing.
people.
Yeah.
Each person gets their own castle aboard.
What are the ship hit points at? Are they actually at 950 or are we full?
No, it's actually at full. And this token is just me pulling something really quickly.
Yeah, no problem. I was just making sure.
No, the ship is full. The ship had enough energy to drain only energy and not damage the ship from using the ESAT.
Okay.
So, you can see the storm is still going on. There is these huge mountains in the distance. Yeah, what's the plan?
All hands fly towards the storm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Does our beacon detect like any kind of magical barrier near the Stormhorns?
Does not.
I'm more assuming like the ongoing storm is that these elemental planes of water and air are somehow linked to the prime and being kept open, and when we tried to teleport in, we somehow jumped through that link rather than landing on the prime. That's my current running thought.
Mm-hmm.
But we've teleported in the Reach before, in the storm.
Yeah, but not necessarily where the focus
this
of the
could
storm
be-
is.
This could be the eye of the storm.
Yeah.
So, as the ship flies north towards the Stormhorns, you guys are several miles south. There's constant rain coming through. You get about 2 or 3 miles away from the southern. So it's two mountains, right? So the southern Stormhorn. You get about 2 miles away from it. The ship starts to send back strange energy readings, and when you ask Plucky what plane you're on, you can see the little indicator showing what plane you're on sort of spinning, like it can't really sense where it is.
Um, I think you're right. I think this is a giant tear in the. It's a giant tear in the fabric of space time.
And sorry, I may have zoned out for a second. Why did we lose shields so fast in the elemental plane of water?
Because there's a lot of water there.
Yeah, it's like the pressure, like the water pressure, which is weird because like we've been deep under like the lake before, and the pressure wasn't enough to do anything like any significant damage to the shield. But I
That's
guess
like
Yeah.
infinite water.
yeah,
But infinite water, I'm trying to think if it wasn't like on a planet, there's no like core, which means there's no like gravitational center, which means there shouldn't be a massive pressure. It should be equal pressure everywhere, shouldn't it?
Don't know.
Physics.
Magic water, though.
Yeah, magic water. I'm just surprised we lost it so fast. So we basically lost shield as we poured it out, right?
Mhm.
And then that's why we felt the air on the other plane, because now we lost our shield. But air is not
Correct.
going to hurt us. Okay.
You're pretty certain that if you were in that air for very long, it would have hurt you. It was extremely cold.
I mean, yeah. humans can deal with the cold pretty decently.
But imagine if it had killed all 30 members of the crew.
Instantly, yeah.
We had to pay whatever that cost was
So
for
much
their
hazard pay.
lives.
Just pick a nice plane and just teleport there and live out our lives.
It's been 12 hours.
Go back and ask for another crew.
Oh, I am really glad that glitch did not make me very sad. Okay. The reveal tool being broken on Roll20 right now is extremely frustrating. All right, so you guys see it ahead. The ship, you can sense from Plucky like it doesn't really understand what's going on.
Welcome to our world, Plucky.
It doesn't know what plane it's on. It's what the reveal tool being broken.
Saying, "Oh, I'm so glad that didn't make me very sad. The reveal tool has been broken."
Well, I mean, you guys have seen, when I do like splash screens and stuff, like they get revealed as you go do things. If you got the entire thing all at once, it would not be nearly as fun.
Mm-hmm.
So what to next?
Ooh, hard call.
I mean, we want to go in and check out what's happening at the Stormhorns, right?
There-
Actually, I had an idea because Hatterai still on board. We could ask it now that we know about the planes being linked. We could ask Hatterai if he knows anything about that because I'm still always curious. Like the keystones he was setting up, I forget what he said about those and what he was trying to prevent. Are they somehow trying to prevent this?
Yeah, so Hatterai would be on deck once you guys are going to this location and kind of watching everything that's happening. So he's on deck if you want to talk to him.
Yeah, so I'll ask him.
Looking at
I'll say, so Hatterai, the ship is sensing that there are multiple planes converging in this area. Is this something that you've seen or heard about or theorized? And out of character, Gary, I don't recall, because I thought we asked Hatterai before about the keystones that he was setting up, but I don't recall the answer.
So basically, the keystones were supposed to be an early warning system.
Okay.
That was the goal of the stones.
Okay. So I'll ask him then. Yeah. So do you know anything about this? And have your keystones indicated anything? How far is the storm spread?
To my knowledge, the storm hasn't spread at all. It's still maintaining its boundaries. It's very strict boundaries. And it covers most, but not quite all of the reach. Why it covers the area it does is one of the questions I've yet to answer, but the limited connection with the keystones I still have does say there is some sort of planar anomaly, some sort of planar imbalance, maybe. But
he points off in the distance in the direction you guys are going.
I could tell, I have eyes, that teleportation of yours did not go like the others. And if there is an anomaly here, I'm wondering what effects it might have on the plane, on the ship, on other things.
From what we can tell, it seems like the prime and at least the elemental plane of water and the elemental plane of air are converging. The teleportation took us through all three when we were trying to get here.
There were historical markers of extraplanar energies. It's why I set up the keystones to begin with. I didn't have specifics on the planes involved, but given the effect is a storm, it makes sense that air and water would be the elements that are being brought in. The planar boundaries being weakened in that way brings it to somewhat of a head, and I think that the previous assumption that the monument that is in the Stormhorns might be at the center of things seems to hold a lot of. He gets this kind of odd for him grin on his face. Seems to hold a lot of water for the moment.
I'll smirk. Out of character, so because I was going to ask Hadra, where could enough magic gather, or where could be a central point? Like he already said, the monument at the Stormhorns, but it just made me also think the other vision we had of the underwater people sacrificing. I wonder if that's either trying to call the storm or repel the storm. There's so many odd things going on. But I'll thank Hadrai for the information. I don't think there's anything else I want to ask him.
So at this point, you can tell that there's kind of a couple options. Well, assuming that you're going to the monument, there are a couple of options how you get there. You can fly the ship there, but the ship seems a bit disoriented. You could spin to the ground and walk up. You could fly closer and then try to spin to the monument directly. Kind of how you approach this or what you want to do with it is up to the group, right?
Griffle, can we ask Plucky, is there any risk of flying into this without teleportation? Because if there's risk, I don't want to do it, but I feel like flying should be safe. But I want to know if Plucky would be able to answer that.
Okay, so I guess the question would be, how would we put this? How would I phrase this if it was a programming query?
Right?
I guess I could ask about like atmospheric conditions just further ahead. So like if I'll like sort of mentally target a location like a couple of 100 feet in front of us and like ask Plucky like what are the weather conditions at this point, like air pressure specifically, or like.
It sends you back sort of what you'd expect to have under a storm. There's a little bit of a low pressure system. There's water coming through. The air temperature seems to be what it is around where you guys are right now. It's a little cool.
Mm-hmm. We can always just turn around and fly out.
Well, unless we get dragged to another plane somehow.
When you ask ahead, and after a second, the numbers on the display change to instead being like extremely cold, like way below freezing, and then it immediately switches back.
Yeah, my indication is it's not going to be super safe. Yeah.
So you can tell as the sensors are still firing off, Plucky then responds, congruency engine containment is unstable.
That's not good. We should definitely not take the ship in then.
Yeah, that's going to be a no from me.
So in your head, it shows you that if you think of, again, the way that the ship sort of shows you how the planar transport works, it's just like a stack of a whole bunch of different like sheets of paper that are different colors. And then it sort of shows you the ship being next to them, and then it aligns you with the correct plane, and then it puts energy in, and it basically puts the two pieces together and then just puts a little bit of energy to punch through. It's the ship is showing that there are other planes here, and there is energy around, that it's not certain if it's not just going to have all the pieces it needs to planar transport somewhat randomly.
But if we're not trying to planar transport, if we're just trying to fly normal, is it safe?
The ship doesn't know. It's basically saying, in order to transport across planes, I need for there to be a way that the cruising engine can lock onto the current plane, and I need there to be energy. That's the pieces I need.
Doesn't mean that, because the energy could come from the storm, and we don't necessarily need, like, we've teleported to random places before without meaning to, so it doesn't necessarily need a lock on. Like, if there's enough energy, it could just push us through to wherever the fuck it wants.
True.
How high up are we right now?
About half a mile.
I wonder if we went closer to the ground, if it would be safer.
Good call. Because I'm also thinking
actually,
getting
yeah.
out.
Hang on. Sorry, Drop.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just thinking, like, the prophecy, because we're here partly because of the prophecy, right? Like, and the prophecy said, like, on sacred ground, not in sacred air.
True. Well, and same thing. Yeah, if you're lower, you're less in the storm, right? So.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we try that? Let's fly down.
All right, so you fly a little bit down towards the trees, and as you send those same sort of things ahead, the ship does stop giving you those occasional flips where, you know, it sees a little pocket of sub-zero temperatures or like incredibly low air pressure or incredibly high air pressure. And then it sort of stops once you're looking at closer to ground level, and the ship can fly just over the treetops, and you can see ahead of you there are these enormous stairs, or I shouldn't say the enormous stairs. There is a enormous staircase, and there are 3 of them side by side that are going up the side of this mountain. One of them is very small. One of them looks like it's a little bit too small for humans. One of them looks roughly human sized. And another one has these massive slabs, like these enormous steps that each step is taller than a person.
Can we fly to the top of where the staircases are leading?
You can. So as the ship goes and flies along it, as you follow along, the staircase ascends. The staircase ascends the mountain, and as you're getting kind of higher up, you start getting those readings up ahead. Basically, you know where you're going. You send the ship's energies to look ahead of you on the slope, and you can see you're starting to get high enough that those pockets of weirdness are ahead of you again.
All right, I think this is where we got to get off.
Yeah.
So is that the plan?
I mean, what's going to happen if we get off the ship and then we're just walking around and we get into the elemental plane of water?
Well, we can't be pushed through the planes like the congruency engine, is my thought.
Yeah, the problem is that the engine doesn't have a way to not fire. If you're on the ground, you don't have the engine with you. So
Okay.
I think of it kind of like a car slipping gears. If you're not driving it, it's not going to cause problems because the gear can't slip if you're not driving. If you're walking, you're fine.
Okay.
So you start walking. I assume that the group is mostly human sized. Do you take the basically human sized staircase?
Yes.
I do.
All right. So you make your way up the top of the mountain. And when you get to the top of the staircase, you get to this huge open area. And the water that's running down the side of the mountain occasionally creates these streams that you have to like get across that are kind of coming down the hill. Although the mountainsides look like there's been a couple of landslides or things, and a lot of them are right around the stairs. The stairs themselves are completely clear, and you can see like landslides have gone straight over the steps, but there's nothing on the steps that remains. There is a lot of water on the steps, but there's no other debris, and the steps look relatively brand new. They don't look like they've suffered any wear and tear or damage over the years. When you make your way to the top, it opens up into this huge circular plaza that's been partially cut out of the side of the mountaintop. And you can see to your left, there are these alcoves, these big inset things with statues that are, some of them look like they're partially corroded. Some of them look like they're have like breaks or there's cracks in the roof or things like that. The statue, for example, like the statue in the far alcove, looks like it might have been knocked over completely. And so you can see like these huge feet that are broken off at the ankle of a statue that's there, and the whole interior of it is full with like rubble that's slowly starting to fall apart. So like the alcoves and the top of it doesn't look as pristine as the stairs do, but the plaza itself does look pristine. All of the stone here looks like it's been cut into very regular intervals. And it has that same sort of feel to it. And instead of being a bunch of squares that are exactly the same size, there are squares that are about 1.5 feet across. And then there's a set of squares that are about 3 feet across. And then there's a big chunk of the plaza that is made of these enormous slabs that are like 15 feet across. I did not move you guys over to the map because I'm dumb. So I've been pointing at things. Super unhelpful if you're on the wrong map. So these are the 3 paths, the middle one being the human-sized one. These are the alcoves set into the side of the mountain. And then this is the plaza with the sort of irregular pattern of 3 different sized tiles, effectively. In the very center... Sorry, go ahead.
I don't see your arrow.
Neither do I.
What?
Neither.
All right, you can see now?
Yep.
Promise I've done this before. So here is the central path that you guys came up on. This is the plaza. These are the alcoves. And then this is where all like the irregular stone is.
Mm-hmm.
In the very center where that box is what you guys see down here in the bottom left, is this enormous monolith. And even from a distance, you can see that there's writing covering the entire monolith. Some of the things that are written look like they're in different languages, but that sort of pristine, preserved look that the stairs and that the rest of the plaza has is also present here. Like, it looks like this thing was just carved. And on the far side of the plaza, you see what looks to be the remains of mounds. So there are 4 mounds on the far side. And the one that is kind of closest, they all have this sort of look like, again, a lot of the covering the grass is slid away from the top of it. And several of them look very weathered. But the one that's on the farthest end, this one way over here, has a look of kind of just being a big pile of rubble, a pile of rocks, rather than the others, which look more like a mound of like earth and dirt, a piece of the hilltop that's been here for a while. Could you guys place yourself on the map for me, please?
Should we have brought Hatterai for this, guys? I think with it being the storm and him investigating the storm and his keystones, he might have wanted to come.
I think we would invite him.
Yeah.
While I do appreciate the invite, and I am intensely curious, those stairs might be an impediment.
I do have my Fencer's floating disc. If you're not just being polite, Hatterai.
Well, I would go through some definite discomfort to be part of unraveling this mystery, if it's not too much trouble.
I will create my disc and make him comfortable upon it.
Yeah. So he's very much for coming along, but this guy who could barely walk sees this gigantic stair step leading off onto the top of a mountain. Is like, yeah, maybe not something.
I thought his walking was getting better.
He is, but this is like thousands of stairs up a mountain.
Right.
I mean, as someone who can walk, I look at a giant staircase and go, eh.
I mean, the disc holds we could do the Arcana check. But...
I mean, Drock, my character, would probably grumble under his breath and just do the stairs anyway, but I'm just saying, stairs, thousands of them, not my thing.
All right, so I'm putting you guys on the stairs. So you get to the top of the stairs and see all this. You'll notice there's no grid, so it's not really snapped to anything. My question for you guys is, well, one, because there is going to be some exploration sort of stuff going on, I do want you guys to roll initiative for me too, real quick. The second thing is, who would be in the front? So the idea here is that you guys are all walking up the steps. Who's the front? Who's in the back? That sort of thing.
I would probably take a roll at the front.
I'm probably in the back with Hatterai and the disc.
I am also nearer the back, or at least I'm behind Filibuster.
I imagine Filibuster is probably somewhere in the middle / in the back. Does this arrangement look pretty decent?
Glad this isn't an actual
I'd kind of assumed that Filibuster was at the front because this is
Might
his
be.
vision.
He might be very
I mean,
excited.
that's a question. So, Michael, if you're there and able to say anything, do you have a preference on where your character is?
Oh, he's typing. Middle.
Middle. Yeah. Okay.
I'll also be up the front with Drock. Me and Drock seem to be like, you know.
Meat shields. What?
Yeah.
So, one thing that you'll notice as soon as you crest the top of the hill is that, in addition to all the stuff that is described before, you see lying on the ground that then floats very slightly off the ground as you approach is what looks to be like a center pole of a tent, like one of those great circus tents with an immense like spearhead on the end of it that floats off the ground, hovering, and then slowly orients on Griffle as she gets to the top of the steps.
When you say orients.
I mean, it turns point towards her.
Okay.
So, this is what you guys see. Passing everyone in ascending order. I didn't actually roll for Phil. I should do so just for the sake of completion. Oh my god, you've got so many buttons. It's beautiful. So, by default, Griffle, you are first. You have this giant pole pointing towards you.
Why am I first?
So, it's exploration initiative, so it's backwards.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Weird.
I haven't done a lot of exploration initiative in a while, but that is the rule.
Right. So I guess I will go to the pillar, and I want to see if I know.
As you kind of walk towards the pillar, you see that thing continue to orient on you, and you see the front and back of it sort of bow like it's under heavy strain, and then you hear this sort of slithering sounding raspy voice in your head that mutters things in a language you do not know. You recognize the language as it says,
Minyet Kea Bise al Asafi.
You recognize it's speaking primordial at you, but you don't know that language.
I look at
Do I
Marin
hear
and
it?
I'm like,
No, only Griffle hears it.
I'm looking at Marin and I'm like, it's talking in my head in your language.
What is it saying?
What?
Mwah! Beautiful question. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
So
Griffle gives you like.
So I guess I'll like step forward and cautiously take one step past her to see if it's like a proximity thing.
Marin's just like, why are you bullying me? I'm right.
I'm hearing a voice in my head in your language. Thumbs up.
Sorry, bro.
Billy wants to know if he recognizes the spear.
Oh, I am speaking. I'm muted. So,
You are.
Yes.
Did you say anything
were.
important?
yeah, probably.
He actually was saying exactly what I heard when Griffle was hearing that voice in her head.
Yep. So when you step forward, the spear reorients on you, and it does that same sort of bending. And you hear the voice in your head, but you know the language, so you hear what it says, and it says,
Who comes before the storm?
We've heard that before.
We have. Who said that?
Oh.
And Philip,
The-
after the answer is no, you don't recognize the spear.
The
And so
s-
Phil says that's the phrase from his vision.
Can you do it in Philly's voice,
Oh.
though, Gary?
Killing me today.
Right. And what was, remind us, like, which vision was Philly's? It was the.
Being on the Stormhorns with the mounds and the stuff.
So
Philly type
the
out a bunch of stuff to us.
chief heard
Oh,
that.
don't be mean.
The chief heard that and then tried to get around the center part. And then there was a brilliant flash of light. And then he basically died.
Okay.
So this is the part of the vision right before the person who was the perspective character dies.
This is the vision where like they're trying to like choose a new chief.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, I remember now. Yep. Thank you.
So Warren, what do you respond?
So I'm gonna step back, and I've relayed the information. Yeah,
Okay.
I said it's asking the storm.
Okay. Griffle steps forward again.
Why is
Does
it
the same
asking
thing
in
happen?
Primordial?
So it reorients again onto you.
Uh-huh.
As soon as you're basically closer to it, it seems to be aimed at the thing that's closer to it. And it says a bunch of things in Primordial in your head.
Was it the same thing?
No, it's clearly different.
Oh god.
How visibly
So-
angry is Griffle right now in character?
You turn
Like-
around and say it's saying more stuff.
Yeah, I'm just like it's saying different things now. I was gonna introduce myself, and then I just step back. I'm like, you deal with this stupid.
God damn it. So I will step forward again, and I will say Morin's Morin steps before the storm.
Little spark, you will not interrupt. I will be free.
And you see the spear kind of bow again. And when it does it this time, it has this weird sort of snake-like motion. And you see bluish white runes light up, hovering about an inch away from the side of the spear. So like almost flush against it, but just slightly off. And the whole length of the spear lights up with these bluish white runes that are very clearly in Giant. They're in Davik, the Giant script. So that's what's going on with Morin. Phil, would you come up closer? I'm going to give you kind of whenever you feel like you are welcome, you're able to respond or want to pitch in on things or what you want to do. Just type it in, and I'll have you kind of take your turn whenever you can, because I know talking is really difficult for you right now. But what is Drock doing when he sees all this stuff going on?
Standing there, just watching and waiting.
One, what are you doing? You're at the moment you're kind of down the steps a little bit, not quite on the top of things.
Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming, Morin, would you be relaying to us what it's saying to you?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So we have been called Little Spark, or not us. We've heard, I think, geez, what was it? Al-Shaib, I think, called people Little Sparks before, or said he was
did.
tricked by Little Sparks.
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be mortals, but can I? Okay, hang on. So I have. Okay, so I've been trying to RP this voice, right? And I feel like I'm just turning into one. Like instead of her just being me, I'm just a scatterbrained nutcase. So I have a ritual where I can understand ancient giants. So I will begin doing that ritual.
Okay. Are you going to kind of stay back, kind of down off of the main part of it while you're doing the ritual?
Yes, I think I
Okay.
will.
How long does that ritual take?
It will take 10 minutes. So don't do anything too crazy, you guys.
I mean, it's reasonable to say if you guys want to be like, hey, let me withdraw to do this ritual, I don't have a problem basically pausing things to let you cast the ritual. Because
Philly
this is
wants
not
to
in
walk
strict
around.
initiative. This is
Well, I
an
just wasn't
expert.
sure if this is like time sensitive that this spear is about to.
Also, is there giant on the pillar in the middle as well?
Yes.
All right, then
Um,
I
Right
vote
in the
that we
middle of it.
definitely
Philly
do
has
the ritual.
Philly has typed, guys.
Can you walk around? So it depends on which direction you're going. I don't know if you can see Roll20. I don't know if you're in Roll20. But if you're going to go around, you're going around that way. You can start to move, and as you kind of move across, as you get up to the top, you see everyone can see this, that there's a little burst of greenish light from the holster that you keep your implement in, and or if you have it in your hand, it kind of comes up from it, and you see this kind of encasing energy all over your body. So Filibuster's not seen this effect before because he was in the process of going unconscious. Everyone else has seen the effect that's happening right now. It's what happened when Philly was in the chair and Baneslayer was trying to do something, was trying to intervene. And in that light, you guys each see that same sort of coating over your body, that sort of strange, soft, whitish green glow cover over top of all five of you. Filibuster, you can also sense hesitancy from the weapon, and you get this feeling of sneaking, of being beneath notice. The weapon, for the first time since you've wielded it, is sending you feelings of caution. As you step onto the top and as you kind of look around and see the mound on the far side, you begin to hear something from Baneslayer that everyone can hear it. This thrum, thum, 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 drums. They sound weird. Griffel, Morin, and Drock, when you hear these drums, they seem strange, muted, like they're distorted somehow. They're heavy and loud and they keep a steady beat, but there's something strange about them that you can't quite put your finger on. For Filibuster and One, you know the strangeness. The wet thumping sounds of the drum is because there's not drumsticks striking those drums. It's severed heads held by the hair. It's the drums that you heard in Celestia.
Wouldn't I have been there at Celestia for the drums?
Yes. If you joined the campaign earlier than I remember, apologies, the DM is dumb.
No, it's trying to remember the timeline's always fun.
But yes, so
because
if
I
you were
don't
there,
recall drums in Celestia, but I was there for Celestia.
so when
Like at the very
Caesariel
end.
transformed,
Yeah. And we were like, let's get the F
Oh,
out of
right,
here.
right. Okay, yeah. I was too busy thinking I was gonna die like my first game, so yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
so for those of you guys that heard it before, you cannot forget the sound of those drums. For the two people that weren't there, the drums just sound weird.
And where are the drums coming from? Because we're hearing, or like, so we're seeing the light from Baneslayer. Are we getting the sense of caution?
You don't get it. Phil gets the sense, and as
Okay.
soon as the light starts to envelop you, you hear the sound of the drums from the weapon.
From the weapon.
I wonder if it was the weapon doing the drums last time too, and we just didn't realize.
Yeah. Huh.
So that's what you get as you get to the top of the hill. Do you want to keep making your way around, Filibuster? Yeah. So the last part of Tesseriel's transformation was that her stomach distended and bloated, and then his stomach ripped open, and there were two arms that appeared holding severed heads, and this huge set of fleshy drums from his midsection that he started to beat as the other arms drew weapons.
Right.
And that transformation was into the Zactherial, right?
Into Zactherial, yes.
Yeah.
Phil, it doesn't, you know that the weapon doesn't really respond through words. It kind of just gives you vague images, but it gives you an image of a mountain of corpses and hundreds of shadowy things, dark things standing atop those corpses. And at the very top of the corpses, there is a shadow that extends up into the sky. And that shadow is what Baneslayer perceives. It doesn't really have a sense of here or there or anywhere. It senses something like that and is warning its wielder.
Hey, just throwing this out there because I feel like this part is fairly critical to Philly. I'm okay, like stopping this session if we want early, and then having Phil more a part of like the next session and starting here. Just want to throw that out there. If other people are the same, or Philly, if you're okay continuing just typing, whatever works, right?
I would say is a little bit of a DM hand tip. This moment is very focused on Philly, but the overall thing is not going to be quite as focused here in a minute.
Okay.
The you're all fucked moment will be coming.
Yeah, I figured.
So does Phil stop? Okay, so Phil continues to make his way around the mound, and as long as you kind of don't get closer to the spear than Morin is, it doesn't seem to pay attention to you. So you make your way around to the mounds. So that was Morin and Griffle filibuster. One is casting the ritual. Drak is not doing anything. Back to Morin. So what are you doing, Morin?
So filibuster's been moving around. Can we see the same effect of Baneslayer like we saw in the lab?
Yeah, each of you
Okay.
has this
And it's happening to each of us.
white green shield around you.
Okay. So I'll, I guess, address the spear. What keeps you prisoner here?
Cursed one. One who thinks of old. It is dead. It does not know. It is dead. All it was destroyed. All it believed fall to ruin. It holds me here. But I will be free, little spark. I will be free.
What
Seemed important. Can we get that in the chat?
I'll give a short version of it, but go ahead.
Yeah.
What will free you?
Time, little spark. It fades, it dies.
You see it kind of flexing again, and whatever those bluish runes are that are surrounding it seem to be bounding where it can move. And you see the kind of points of tension, right, where the spear flexes, and in the middle, the runes light up very bright, and the ones on the ends die down. It flexes the other way, where the tip and the butt kind of push farthest away, and the end pieces light up and the center darkens. I'm not saying you have to stop talking, but if you don't have anything for just to kind of keep things moving, I was going to go to Griffle.
So yeah, is it possible that I can assist one in casting this ritual to speed it up?
It's basically going to be this round. So
Okay.
one
Alright.
will be able to do something that is no longer. Although one, you get a single target for the ritual. Is it yourself, I assume, or are you targeting somebody else?
Yeah.
You can hit anyone not filibuster.
Yeah. Does Hatterai, what languages do I know that Hatterai knows?
He knows Common and several different forms of Elven, and he knows
Okay.
Draconic.
Okay.
It is worth noting, Hatterai does not have one of those green shields around him.
Oh, okay. Then I will cast it on me.
Yeah, you don't see the body of an orc here. So Morin, did you have something you want to do, or do you want me to go to Griffle for as next on the initiative?
He said BRB, so
Okay, so Griffle, what are you doing?
Oh god. Okay, so have I understood what language is this? Is this? I'm a little. Have the words been being in people's heads or being spoken out loud? And if so, have I heard and understood anything?
So the assumption is, and Morin clarified this a bit ago, is that he is repeating what he hears. So it is only being heard in Morin's head, and Morin is speaking aloud in Primordial back to the spear. And he said that he would translate. So you are getting the translation of what I am saying, which is why I'm saying it to the group and not pulling Morin into a different channel. But yes, so that's what you have.
Okay. And the spear just let Philly walk past, right?
It didn't reorient on him, but Philly did sort of loop around so that he was never really close to the spear. You can tell
the
that
energy on him.
It seems like the spear mostly orients on whatever's the closest person to it.
I'm feeling like I want to just do something. The impulse is to just do something that could go like really, really terribly for me, but
What is that? What would you want to do?
I'm gonna do it.
Just for you?
Well, I mean, I know I'm probably, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, then I say go for it.
Grab
Okay.
the spear.
That is in fact what I want to do.
It's what I've been thinking.
Jesus.
I'm gonna walk
She's
up
dead.
to the spear, and when it orients on me, I'm going to declare, "I am Griffle Sterenstrift," and then I want to try to like take hold of the spear.
Okay. So the spear sort of rise and looks like it has that same sort of almost like serpentine thing where like a cobra raising its head to strike down at you. And it's going to attempt to strike at you. Is your goal to grab at it?
Yes.
Okay. So I think athletics makes the most sense. Acrobatics could also make sense. Whatever you would like it to be. What makes sense to you?
Athletics for a grab, I reckon.
Sure.
Oh no!
So you grab and the spear strikes down.
You guys, what have I done?
Does a 31 hit?
Yes, it does.
So 30 points of lightning damage.
Yeah.
So you
Lesson
are
learned.
4 squares and knocked prone. So actually, I have the map. I think is mostly to scale. So 4 squares is 20 feet. So you're pushed back like to here and knocked prone.
Uh-huh.
And there is this just incredible ringing in your ears as the lightning strike from the end of the spear echoes around the hilltop.
I like to think that I also have like my hair standing on end and everything. Like,
Oh yeah, that was a lot of lightning damage you just took.
I'm
I'm-
bloody.
I'm picturing that scene from Home Alone where Harry watches Marv get electrocuted and shot backwards. I'm just standing there like,
What did we learn?
But someone who rolls better needs to try that again.
Yeah.
You're up, Drunk.
Not you.
Filibuster again. It is up to your turn if you want to start typing or if you want to say something. I'll let you take your turn whenever. But one of many, your ritual completes. You can now speak Ancient Giant, or you have comprehend languages for Ancient Giant on you.
Yes. Okay. I would like to very cautiously and slowly approach the spear. Maybe like conjure up a spyglass and try to read the runes on the side.
So you go up to here. And let's see. So seeing the runes isn't difficult, and you see them twist and change, and it is 100% the correct language. When the thing snaps shut, you can see that binding over top of it is a binding, and it's a powerful binding. So you don't recognize the exact specifics of the spell, but since you can read it all and you can sort of read the ritual in plain text, it is some sort of binding of primal energies. So this is like the primal prison spell or something similar, that this thing is very heavily bound.
Okay. Can I copy down all the runes and like take copious notes?
Mhm.
Cool. And I will also relay this to the party. And then there were also runes on the pillar, right?
Yes. However, the runes on the pillar
Mm-hmm.
are why does this not let me do this? Maybe it'll let me do that. Weird. So when you kind of look over, you can see that the ritual sort of twists a little bit. So it's translating not really the words and the meanings, like it tries to for a second and then stops, and then it just translates the letters and the sounds. Everything that's written on that pillar in the middle is a language, and it is in a good chunk of it is in Ancient Giant, but part of it is like a dedication to those brave that had fallen in their lives given in the service of the great and the many. And then written all over it in Davik are the names of different people. And even the ones that you're like, I'm pretty sure that's not actually in Ancient Giant, it's in Davik, it's in the same script. And you can get sort of the phonetic pronunciations of, it's just a list of hundreds and hundreds of names.
I will relay that to the party as well.
So
Gary, are you trying to
Filibuster-
send that to me or to Philly?
Trying to send that to you.
Okay. Which
Trying to send that-
alcove?
This one.
Oh, okay.
Again, hidden checks and stuff, not necessarily
I see.
people to get stuff.
Okay.
So Philly, you get over towards the fourth mound. Do you want to kind of go? Is this where you want to be, more or less? Okay. So you go through it. The mountaintop up here is so slick, and there's so many bits of like rubble and things like it's been raining for forever, and there's been landslides and things like that. Once you get off of the stairs and off of the main plaza, you don't feel like you're about to fall to your death or something like that, but it's very slow going. You have to be careful and pick your way through, or you're just going to fall on your ass on this slope every couple feet. And the mound is huge. It's so the map is sort of correctly sized. So it's about a little over 60 feet long, and it's about 20 feet tall. And it is these big hunks of broken stone and earth and mud that are sort of piled on top of each other. But as you get close and as the light of your weapon sort of extends out in front of you, you can see there's maybe a building. There's like a structure underneath the stones. Yeah. I will let you know the stones that are here, some of them are the same size as you. Like, these are like solid rock, several 100-pound pieces. So it might take a minute to try to get through, but you can definitely start working on it. Would he use the default kind of would be something like Dungeoneering or Athletics? Technically, yes. Whether the weapon's going to be happy about that is a slightly different thing. What would you like to do as sort of a skill to kind of work towards getting into this? And then Drock, you're going to be on deck. Default would be either Dungeoneering, because it's a big pile of stones kind of stacked up. It's finding the weak points in the architecture, or Athletics, just sort of powering through. All right. So with a 20, you start going through. You're spending a lot less time like picking away at it and more like tapping at a bunch of different spots to see if any of the rubble will settle. You can see some of it settles a little bit, but it's stacked or it's built relatively well, whatever this is, the stones are on top of here. So you're not making a ton of progress, but you're starting to get a feel for, okay, this is how this is all put together. And if you can find a weak spot on it, you're pretty certain that applying the right leverage low on it will cause some of it to collapse and maybe allow you access to whatever that is, that like building that's inside. All right, so Filibuster and One have taken a turn. I've not heard from Drock in a little while. Drock, what's up?
Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with the spear and the languages, so I'm going to start exploring. I think that's the best way. So I will start heading up towards alcoves, and I will just start with closest one, kind of the one on the left here. I forget which ones are the sizes, but yeah, I'll just kind of work left to right, and I just want to see if there's anything in the alcoves.
So in the alcoves, in this one, there is an elven-looking thing that's on a giant spider that is holding aloft this kind of axe that looks really brutal. And there's a marking below it of the name that has been, looks like pretty intentionally destroyed. Like the only part of the statue that's actually damaged is the nameplate down below. But it is this woman riding on a spider holding an axe up high. The second one has the of a look of a looks like he's probably human or something like human. Either two brothers or something like this, or two friends, two lovers. You're not sure. Both look male. They're sort of standing in this pose where they're sort of awkwardly close to one another, like they're linked. And again, the thing at the bottom where the plaque is looks like it's been destroyed. It's been carved over. And they're sort of standing back to back, sword in hand, shield in hand, facing outward, sort of in this final like defensive position. The third alcove has the least sort of damage on the interior, and it's kind of a more traditional looking sort of stone dwarven kingly statue, right? In this super heavy armor with this massive shield and this heavy axe that's laid to one side. But even this one shows defacing. Like, while the rest of the alcove looks significantly clearer than the others, the bottom part where the name is looks like it's just been broken apart and broken away. And then the final alcove, I'll have you get over here. The final alcove has the statue that was in it is really big, and the alcove itself is really tall. But the back of it's broken open, and there's things leaking from the ceiling, causing this small like river of water and mud to leak from the ceiling onto the collapsed statue. And you can see that the statue here has been broken off at the ankles, and the base below it is the only name that you see intact. And I don't know. Does your character have I really should have my list of languages, but what languages does he know again? I don't think he has a Davik script.
No, I don't think so.
What languages?
Where did I put that?
Is it just Common and Goblin?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that the nameplate is there, but you can't read it, and it's written in Davik. You would know that because it's one of the main like written languages, but you don't recognize what the name is.
Okay.
Morin. So you see Griffle come forward and get bolted back.
Yeah.
And if you don't have something you want to do, I can kind of move to the next person in line. If you want to delay.
I had a question that I thought of, and then I forgot about it during the turn. If I think of it, I'll let you know.
By the way, because I will answer as we go through things.
Okay.
So I'll delay for a second. Griffle, I assume you pick yourself up off your ass.
Do. And then I shake my head like, and I'm like, all right, Spear. I don't like you, and you don't like me. What do you want?
It doesn't respond to you.
I assumed it wouldn't. Fine, be that way, and I'm just gonna go see what Drock's up to. I'm fucking done.
So as you get to about right here, as you're going over to where Drock is doing things, you see him looking through the alcoves. You see the alcove that he's going to, that there's a pair of feet. But the problem is the statue is broken off at the ankles, these heavy stone feet. But right beside the statue is a set of feet planted firmly on the ground, covered in mud. The feet that are maybe 10 feet long, about the same size as the statue, but there's two sets of feet. That's not a statue that's fallen over. That's some giant thing sitting in the alcove covered in mud.
Kind of like trying to call, because we're like, what are we like? How many feet apart? How do you do the arrow from the
So the ruler, so you're 40 feet apart.
40 feet apart? Yeah. Okay, so trying to like call out, but like in as quiet a voice as I can manage while still being heard. Drock, wait.
How has Drock not noticed this?
Your perception check was absolutely garbage.
Oh god.
I noticed it from all the way over here.
Right?
And then if you look, do you look at me? Please look.
Oh yeah, I totally divert all
I
attention
point,
away
I
from the
point
alcove.
Immediately, I point.
I look back at the alcove and go, yeah, it's a broken statue. What of it?
Oh! Can I go over to him?
Yeah, keep going. I mean, again, these are not combat rounds, right? So you're not as limited. It's mostly whatever the narrative thing. Like these are longer turns.
Okay, I walk over and then I like whisper to Drock. I'm just like, there's actual feet.
Yeah,
So
it's a broken statue.
No, look! And I just grab your head and
after it's very strongly brought to your attention, you can see, oh, that's another set of feet in the alcove. Now it is very dark in there, and you can see the sort of this slick clay-like mud covering the back of what's here. Do you guys have a light source? Do you use a light source? What would you do to see back in this place? Is that something you want to do? I'm just letting you know that part of the reason that you can't tell is that it is basically only his feet they'd be seen from the ambient light outside.
Do hobgoblins not have any like night vision or dark vision?
I do not remember.
Neither do I.
I want to say they've got low light.
I got low light.
Yeah, I have low light.
Low light, yeah. So you both have low light. So you can see the front of it, but the back of it is complete darkness.
Hello?
No response.
Lucas?
Nothing.
I really want to say to go up and tickle the feet. I spent the day at a child's birthday party, so you know.
So what do? Doesn't respond as you call out to it.
I'm trying to think. Do we have any light sources?
Everyone has sunrods.
Okay.
So sunrods is a basic thing. If you guys have not had to worry about sunrods in a while, the way they work is they're kind of like glow sticks on crack. When you crack a sunrod, it's just like cracking a glow stick. Only it's 20 squares of bright light in every direction. It's more like a road flare, but it looks a little bit like a glow stick.
It's a little broken.
It is a shitload of light, which some people are like, oh, that's horribly broken. And then other people are like, this is useless because it's an enormous amount of light.
Yeah.
I'll crack one and toss it in.
So when you crack open the sunrod and you toss it forward, it kind of slaps into the mud and kind of flows a little bit away from the alcove, kind of rolls very slightly. But in the light of it, you can see that in the back of this alcove, kind of slumped against the back wall, is a giant. Like, he's enormous. And his knees are just inside of the alcove with his feet sticking out very slightly. His hands are on his knees and his head's reclining back against the back wall. And this just sort of continuous stream of mud and debris is flowing over his head, his face, his body, that is completely obscuring him. Like, he's just, you don't know how he's not drowning in mud.
Or maybe he is. Maybe this the one Philly saw in his vision and like he passed out in the alcove.
In the light of the sunrod, you can see that he's breathing very shallowly.
Yeah.
Morin, did you have an idea of what you wanted to do?
Yes. So I wanted to continue speaking with the spear as a normal person. And I'll say, who are you to have been imprisoned in this way?
DM has to go through notes real quick. So it sends back, none may rule over me. I am sky. I am lightning. I am the will of Primordial. I kill all who would oppose the elements. Little Spark.
Does this sound like a deity or some kind of entity that I would be familiar with?
It doesn't, but you guys have now encountered a couple of sort of artifact level weapons. While this one speaks a lot more plainly, you do know that, like, Griffle's helm can talk. It feels like a sentient weapon more than anything else.
Ask if it wishes to be wielded.
That's an excellent idea.
So the point being made is, the spear is actually not the right size.
Oh, so he makes it big.
Whoa.
All right, that's better.
Well, this is a first.
So the shaft of the spear is about the size of a tree trunk, and the spear itself is over 70 feet long.
We can't wield it. It could wield us.
One, magic weapons change size. You're not sure what the limits are. But the answer of your question, Philly, is that, I mean, it would be a really big spear for a giant. It doesn't seem oversized depending on the giant, but
Um, w- what? Well, what are you protecting, and from what?
so it gives you this weird sort of chittering sound that takes you a second to realize it's like kind of its version of gnashing teeth, only instead it's like little crackling bits of lightning. And it goes, I protect nothing. These curses on me, they protect. I am meant to be free. And you see it bending itself and twisting against the runes. Philly, what are you doing? Call me the prospector. All right, working your way through. Do you want to do another dungeoneering check and kind of work your way around? I would say you'd be able to make 2 dungeoneering checks without penalty back to back because it's a big enough area, right? Like it's a really long area that you're covering. So you basically got the top half of the mound and you can do the bottom half. Well, the northern half and the southern half, whatever. So going through, each of the stones just looks like it's so huge. And as you're moving along, there's just these big clumps of stuff wedged into it, clay and other sorts of things. And now that you're kind of down here and you're working through it, you can see that there's big chunks of the ground around where you are that look like they're missing and have been pulled up and placed onto this mound. You asked who it was to you prison, and it said it protects the primordial's enemies
From enemies, sorry.
from enemies of the elements. Yes. And you asked what it's protecting, and it said it doesn't protect anything. It's supposed to be free. Yes.
Okay.
It protects the will of the primordial. Was his initial answer.
And it's been bound to protect the will of the primordial.
No, that's saying what it does. It's bound. It's been cursed to not to be stuck here.
So it wants to be protecting the primordial
And something is preventing it from protecting the primordial.
because it's bound. Yeah.
Okay.
One of many. What do you want to do?
Hmm. Well, that's a good question. I think I might say to Morin to tell the spear that we could try to free it if it wants to ally itself with us for the time being.
Gary,
Yeah.
the primordial or the elements, where is that in the Church of the Elements, like doctrine?
So it depends. The way that it said primordial, you think it means like the actual primordials, like the named primordial sort of things that are the equivalent of deities in the elements. So those are the things that the Church of the Elements directly wants to contact and directly wants to use to further their own end.
And like Ishiashaya would be a primordial?
Ishiashaya would be a primary element. So there are a bunch of sort of bigger elements than that. So what is her name? Trying to remember what it's. I always forget the name. There is a primordial of water that would be sort of the step higher, but my memory of the names of the different ones. Solkara, I think, is the one. Yeah, so Solkara is the name of the primordial that wouldn't exist on the prime material plane. Would be sort of what like Ishiashaya's position in the prime, but on the plane of water.
Okay. And so, do I know what the primordial of air is?
Yes.
And
So,
what would that
Yansi
be?
is the air primordial.
Say again? Or actually, I'll need you to type that.
Yansi is the name. It's
Thanks.
the primordial of air. And then Flokara is the primordial of water. So one, you wanted to tell it to we can free things. That doesn't take as much of an action. What else would you like to do?
Yeah, okay. So I'll tell Morin, like, basically, like, you should try to buddy up with this thing. But then I also would like to check out the giant.
Okay.
So go over there, and then I can read the name on the pillar.
You can.
What does it say?
It says Karak Lugos.
Hmm. Can I call out in ancient giant? Karak Lugos, is that you?
So 1 second. Does a 26 hit your will?
No. Yes. Well, okay. So if I'm subject of an attack, then I would do Bastion of Mental Clarity. So I would be at 28. So no.
So you go to say Karak Lugos, is that you? When you go to try to say the first part of the name, there is resistance, like it's caught in your throat, and there's something restricting you, something forbidding you from saying that name.
Mm-hmm.
And then the pain passes, the constriction passes, and you call out the name Karak Lugos, is that you? And you see the thing shift slightly, the giant, and you can tell that where it is, its head, its face, its ears are covered in this thick clay-like substance. And as it sort of shakes and rustles a little bit, you see this weird black after images, these tendrils that are pulling away at the creature that settle back into the giant after he moves slightly, but they lag behind like an after image. And the last thing that you see in the light of the sunrod as the giant settles back down is around the sides of its head, right above its eyes, there are tendrils that reach out in a ring above its head and then settle back in.
Okay.
If you have other stuff you want to do, I'm not skipping over you, but I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to do stuff.
Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna get hurt for this, but can I try to dismantle those tentacles?
Sure. You've seen what you have to do this before.
Yep.
So that's going to be an Arcana check. You're going to know whether you succeed or fail.
Okay.
Whew.
Great success.
So you've seen this effect before, and you cast your mind out. You see your energies wash over it, and as soon as you kind of extend your mind out, you get this terrible clawing sensation. Like everything around you is trying to rip and tear at you. It feels ethereal. You feel like it's not really there, but it's like when you fought the Stitcher of Crowns. It's like it's scratching on the inside of your head. And as the energy goes out, you see the giant kind of shake its head, and that crown of tendrils, the crown of darkness around its head, lights up again, and you see the little tendrils of black on its body retreat back away from your mind. and there is this just intense, painful pressure in your head. You're not sure you can forcefully break this through, but whatever that effect is that's on him, it's like what you saw with the Stitcher of Crowns. It's suppressing this creature's mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that will be, so that is a great success. So that is 2 successes towards trying to bring this creature out of whatever is keeping it locked away. I don't know if that's on the right layer. Hopefully you guys can see that.
No.
The
Yes.
2 successes, yeah.
Yes. Drock, what are you doing?
Let's feet.
Griffel, do you want to do anything?
Tickle his feet. Chuck, tickle his feet.
I was just gonna ask one, like, is there anything I can do to assist? Because I'm still at a loss as to, like, I remember the Stitcher of Crowns, I think, but I don't really know what I can do to help.
Yeah, I don't know. You just have to like mentally fight this thing that's attacking it.
With the great success, I'll let you know that basically the target has to snap out of it somehow. You remember Marie de Song had to do things to break out of it, and you could do it by talking to her or like physically trying to break it away from her, things like that. It's this suppression of mind effect that, yeah, you can fight it directly mentally, but you can also help them come out of it. You can help them break out of it.
Is there a physical thing I can, like, attack or not?
Unless you go up to his head where the crown is. The crown is physical.
Okay, well, no, but I can do that. So I will, I'll use Winged Weapon, and, let's see, what would be a good one?
So you're not going to use like an attack power. You can for flavor purposes, but or if you want to get a bonus to your roll or something like that, but there will be a skill check associated with it.
Okay, well, I'll just do basic Winged Weapon then and just whip my weapon at the crown.
Okay. So it kind of depends. Again, this is how you're choosing to flavor the effect that you're having, right? If you're just trying to strike apart and break it apart, you can try to do something like athletics or something like that. If you're trying to be very careful about how you're cutting, you can use something like insight. If you're trying to just take the winged weapon and stab it and just like lean into it and try to force it through, you could do something like an endurance check. It's just sort of how you're visualizing, how you want to flavor this helping of pressing down this crown.
Yeah, I mean, I like the careful aspect, but the pushing it through, like the endurance part, would be definitely like what I'm best at. So if there's a way to like really kind of force this through and use that, that's probably going to be the best way.
Sounds good. Give me an endurance check. So you expended winged weapon, which isn't a counter power, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so expended winged weapon. Go ahead and hit me with your endurance. So doesn't change much because it does lower the DC a little bit from expending a thing, but you hit hard DC already. And when you kind of sit the weapon through and force it through, the crown shrinks back into the giant's head, and you see him shake off a big chunk of the mud that's around him. And then he leans forward very slightly, shakes his head where you can see this heavy beard and helm. And you can see he's still sort of in a stupor, struggling and trying to kind of, it feels like the mud itself is like pressing him down as this tiny weight for a creature this size, but it's almost like he's feeling like it is the whole mountain laying on top of him. And he's slowly struggling forward and looking forward. Barum, barum. What is this misery? The giant's voice echoes around the area. Griffel, you're up.
Is he speaking in? Can I understand him?
He's speaking in common. He speaks. I might not do the best of job with it. He speaks in a little bit of slightly hard to understand common, but he is speaking common. He seems to be able to maybe hear you guys right now because his ears are not covered with mud for the moment.
Can you tell us your name?
Who asks me this? Who disturbs me?
Griffle looks around for support.
My name is Griffel Sterenschrift.
No!
Zapped for 30 lightning damage.
My name is a lightning rod. We came seeking. Fuck, why did we come here? We came seeking. Where's the prophecy, guys?
This was Philly's prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the angel prophecy. Well, I mean, this Philly vision, but the angel prophecy, I think, is what she's talking about.
Yeah.
So it should
I
be
was
in your
just
handouts
gonna
for
quote it.
Angels
angel
speak.
speech.
Bah.
Unbroken
Yeah, cool.
ground of highest.
Did deaf ears hear forgot? Yeah, well, we have come to hear forgotten truth.
So when you do that and you're calling up to it, you know that it's going to be really hard for it to hear you. You're trying to be forceful. You're trying to make yourself as loud and as sort of heard as possible. I would think the default would be intimidate. Not because you're trying to intimidate him. You're just trying to make yourself larger than life.
Right.
That what I would consider default. If you think of something else that would also work, or then
So 12 for intimidation.
12, which I believe, because of the use of things, it's going to be just on. So
Ooh.
the you hear you say it as loud as you can. You kind of call out this thing, and then the giant leans forward, and when it does, it sits forward. He puts his hands on his knees. You can see that when he kind of comes out of the mud, the palms and the fingertips of his hands are all cut and scarred. Like his hands look like someone who's fought their entire life. And he has all these little bloody nicks all over his fingers and hands, like something's been like cutting or chewing at him. And when he leans forward, you see this huge after image of this mass of black tendrils that is snapping and clawing and slowly pulling itself kind of catch back up, right? It takes a moment for it to respond to the giant moving. And the giant leans forward and sees you all sitting there as he sits forward. You see these bright blue eyes open and lightning sparks around his body.
Tell me, little ones, who come with words of prophecy. You seek something forgotten. But I am forgotten. My deeds are done. My time is past. Tell me, little one, what kind of a Lugos? What kind of a hero?
He looks from you over to the mounds, to where Philly is sitting, or where Philly is working with his axe.
What kind of a father watches each of his children reach their glory before him?
The darkness rise, the tendrils covering the giant. His blue eyes fade to white, and the rain pours down ever harder. See you all next time.